Going harder, we are more than numbers, standing in this shade. Going louder, we are all one color, standing in the way. Join the army of the shadow. Join the army of the shadow. Join the army of the shadows. Going harder. We are more than numbers, standing in the way.
Standing in a glass bowl at the end of a black hole, coalesce beneath the ground. All done by my own hand. I allow my feelings to become sand. If you're gonna cut me down, better do it quickly now. Now you can cut me down, but I won't stay for long. I'll grow back again. Oh yeah, my roots are strong.
afraid of the dark? Are you scared? I am you. Are you scared?
My head is heavy, let me lay it down. Into your lap, I would love to drown. I need that story I used to hear, to run on and to and disappear. Your stories, they come from the heart. Pull me together and tear me apart.
Hello and welcome to another fantastic week of Supergirl Gamer Pro. My name is Lisa Jolly. I'm joined here by Kari, and this is week 7 for us here at Supergirl Gamer Pro. This is a series dedicated to celebrating women in gaming, which both Kari and myself are women in gaming, I suppose now. Allegedly, that's what they tell us. So we've had several weeks under our belt. This is a 9-week series, 2 more to go, and then the championship with the top 4 teams currently based on the points that are received at the end of each week's tournament. So we're going into this next week. We've had the majority of the tournament under our belts, and we have some pretty solid seeding as well in terms of where teams are at right now for their overall rankings. So for our League of Legends tournament, the top 4 teams that we currently have are Your Nightmares, Limit Testers, Sailor Scouts, and Gay Mersnails. You can see the Fighting Dreamers have dropped down a little bit here from where we've previously seen them, but for the most part, it's kind of been, these 4 teams, maybe 1 or 2, a few points down below that have been fighting for those top 4 positions. If you, Kari, this is your first question, I guess, of the night. If you were to give some advice to any of the teams that have not been either fighting for that top 4 position or is one of the winningest teams, what do you think overall one thing is something really stand out to you that these teams are doing every single game that might be lacking in some of the other teams that aren't making it to the top spot?
Okay, let's look at the bracket so I can remember, because I have the memory of a tiny baby bird, unfortunately.
Perfect.
Bracket? That's okay. Okay, so
You don't
listen.
get it. Oh, there
we
it
go. Thank you so much, production. Okay. So as far as like the top teams go, like you're asking what they're doing better than their predecessors,
Yeah,
right?
what's one thing that can be focused on by the not winningest teams that you've seen consistently throughout those top 4 teams, or at least, the top 2 even, the ones that have been really fighting for 1 and 2?
Yeah, okay. I'll bite. Let me see. I think one of the things is knowing when to disengage and not being baited into engages that aren't incredible. So like if we're looking at this bracket here, Your Nightmares is incredible at getting people to have you ever heard of the sunk cost fallacy, Jolly? You know what that is?
The what fallacy?
It's called the sunk cost fallacy. It's when you put a bunch of money into a sinking ship. The ship's gonna sink anyway, but you're still putting resources into it. So it's like a bad jungle camp or a bad Baron dance or a bad dragon, and you need to know when to abandon what you've already invested in to retain the rest of your team. So
the enemy team here would be the ones that are trying to sucker people out of their money to put into that sinking ship, basically.
100%, yeah. And Your Nightmares is exceptionally good at that, but they kind of got beat at their own game last week with Limit Testers. So I really think one of the best things these teams can do for themselves is be a little more conservative. Obviously, that's not great for casting. We'd love if there was a little more chaos, a little more, messy sloppiness. But if you want to win this game, you're going to have to really honestly learn how to measure your risk reward costs here and how much of an investment you actually want to go in on. You can't get attached to the possibility of getting that dragon if your entire team is going to wipe. You know what I mean? Like, recovery has been nearly impossible. We haven't really seen a triumphant recovery from any of these teams. Once they start to go downhill around the 20, 25-minute mark, recovery doesn't seem possible. And the best way to do that, honestly, is to, when you make bad investments, when you make bad calls, to back off, turtle a little, get some more resources closer to your base, and try again. So I think the best thing you can do is
a spectacular answer, given the fact that I didn't give you any sort of warning. I was going to ask you this question. Absolutely. And even when you mentioned the first thing of just when to disengage, when to kind of back off, and not just like you mentioned, you brought on a little bit later, not just at that moment in that one fight, but what can we do to best use our current resources? Absolutely. I would completely agree with that. In that teams are, when they are getting very far behind and they find one or two good fights, they consider that, oh, we're back on par. We're back level to the enemy team when they're still down, 6, 7K gold, because you can still absolutely win a team fight in those instances. And so, yes, we are seeing a lot of these teams kind of investing too heavily in continuing to go in very far and not actually playing safe, not using defensive vision, still trying to invade the enemy jungle to place vision or clear vision, instead of just recognizing, hey, if I get caught out by one other person, doesn't matter who it is, I will die, and we don't have vision on them. So I think for me, it would probably be the vision and communication. You can tell, but that has to go a lot hand in hand for vision placement on what you were just talking about and your point that you made there. So absolutely. I'm very impressed with your answer, to be honest.
Jolly, thanks so much. I got a full night's sleep last night, so I mean,
it's gonna be a good show tonight, folks. Kari is not having sleep, and I got that's the one night in like 2 weeks I've got a full night's sleep, so I am feeling pretty good. We're going to go, especially as we are getting into, this is the third to last week that we've got going for the Supergirl series. I'm so sad that it will eventually end up coming to an end, but I don't think the players are quite as disappointed, especially with a little bit of info coming out in regards to the rewards and the tournament prizes, things of that nature for the result of the teams. As I mentioned, the top 4 are going to be doing the final tournament that will be hosted by us. Of course, we're going to be there too. So it's going to be exciting to see it all come to a head, all culminate together into what we've been kind of working towards, these stories, creating for these players. We've seen a lot of returning players here. And once we get the specific, because I know that we have the specific information as well regarding this, but I don't want to open my mouth before I know 100% what we have in the works. But these players are certainly deciding now, after seeing some of those prizes, they were like, oh, all right, we're now in this to win it. So some teams are kind of changing up some rosters. We might see some new players on the Rift today. But what are you most looking forward to, aside from continuing to watch these fantastic player stories? Is there anything you might be? We're doing Yone this week, right?
Yeah, we are. As far as I know, maybe not. I'm not 100% sure.
So are you excited about the same thing we've been seeing, or is there something new that you might expect to see here today?
Gosh, I've noticed a lot of Lilia picking up in competitive play. So I saw this weird combo, this Lilia. God, what was it? Anyway, it was a Lilia ADC bot that was really successful in pro play. And we've also been seeing the Lux Sona bot. Have you been watching that? Yeah. Yes. So I kind of want to see. Yeah, well, it's just like Sonateric, but better, more bursty. Right. Yeah,
it's true. And Sona is very, very powerful right now. We actually have not seen much Sona, if at all, so far in this series. I feel like maybe once or twice.
No, not at all. Not a single time. I mean, Lulu has been the most popular support, which, it's great. Pistachio specifically is incredible on Lulu. Just an absolute rave performance for Pistachio. But I would really like to see some innovative lanes. I think that now that we've released some information about the prize pools, which we'll talk about later because it's really exciting, especially for the players, that people will be taking it a little more seriously. So I'm not sure how much room we have for innovation, but we do have room for like these sort of like fad lanes that are really, really powerful at this exact moment. So I don't know. I'd really like to see some of that silly stuff happening on the Rift. How about you? What are you looking forward to?
I mean, the silly stuff, yeah, I always do look forward to. Actually, specifically in this tournament, what the supports are going to bring about. We've seen some incredible Lulus. I do want to see Asona come out. We've seen, Necky Lime's Nami, which is just spectacular, and Pistachio actually has a very good one as well that we've seen there. So I'm excited about the continuation of a more potential exciting bot lane. We are going to take a quick break, though, before we get into things. I think we're going to start it up relatively quickly here tonight, which I absolutely adore. So we'll get into picks and bans right after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
See ya.
No one knows where it comes from. Why some have it and some don't. It's the fighting spirit. It consumes fear and weakness. It stands ready to fight whatever shape the battle takes. Because as long as there are battles, there will always be Marines.
You can trade all the games, accessories, consoles, and tech you don't use anymore to get cash or store credit at GameStop. Check out the Trade Center on the GameStop app, visit GameStop.com/trade, or talk to a guest advisor at your local GameStop store to see how much your trades are worth.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra, with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
We're
back.
here.
We're looking at the rosters. So we are on week 7 of the Supergirl Gamer Pro tournament here. It is Jolly and Kari as usual. Nothing too crazy in terms of that, but we do have some crazy teams that we get to watch today, and hopefully the emergence maybe of a team that has been fighting to continue on into the semifinals and the finals since the very first week there. Game number 1, we are going to be seeing Gamer Snails fighting Ara Ara. And in the past, Ara Ara has really struggled. We've casted a few of these games with this team. I know that there are some slight adjustments to rosters across the board, but Ara Ara has been struggling quite a bit. They seem really, really promising towards the start of the game and maybe get a little bit of what we were talking about. In particular, I can say the jungle has had a little bit of an issue kind of going in too far occasionally there for Ara Ara. So, seeing these two teams go up against each other for another time, and with Gamer Snails kind of consistently doing better as well, what do you think RR here has a chance at, or can potentially use to their advantage going into this game to take down Gamer Snails and actually go into the semis this week?
Well, I think one of the most hopeful things for Ara is that Gamer Snails has a massive roster change, just an incredibly different set of players that we do recognize, players that we've seen before for the most part, but relatively different from last week. So I think that one of the things is that you can take advantage of. Gamer Snails has a brand new player that we've never seen before, Krakadon, at least not that I'm aware of. That name doesn't sound familiar to me at all.
Right.
So there's that. That's one thing that you can count on. Another thing is that they've had a pretty rough week last week. They had a pretty rough week last week, especially getting knocked out by Scouts at the beginning of the game. Not a great matchup for them, but they have in the past been successful against really ridiculous teams. So I think that Ara just really needs to look out for that adaptability that's been shown in a lot of different teams, especially the top ones that we have right now. But Ara does have consistency, and they are a great team, and I'm excited. I think that the winning match for Ara is probably going to be help Slifer being successful in the jungle. And also, let's go to Champion Select, eh?
Yeah, that's my favorite part.
Yes. All right.
Every
We have
time.
Gamer Snails on the blue side, Basuri, Krakadon, Kaori, in mid there, Lustfully, and Hanabi. I'm excited about that.
Oh, yeah. And then for our on the red side, we got Cisco, Help Slifer in the jungle there, Nikki in the mid lane, Humanoid Pumpkin as the ADC, and Joystick Rampage in the support. So nothing crazy in terms of Ara's roster change, but as you mentioned there, Krakadon being the new member here for Gamer Snails, and a bit of a swap back again to their week 2 and week 3 roster, as we were seeing Hanabi and Lustfully together down in the bottom. Kaori obviously staying there in the mid, doing a phenomenal job in that role. And then Ghosty normally has been the recent jungler, so not seeing that. And then Noisy, I believe, has been the last couple of times up in the top lane. So aside from Krakadon, we've seen these players before, maybe in a different role or maybe kind of swapped around here in the past. But already so many support bans, and I say support even though the Lux is down there, likely just to eliminate the potential of that Sona Luxon also to be utilized in the mid, because she is a flex right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think taking away Lulu from Hanabi is probably a really safe bet. Solid gamble, I would say. Morgana was really popular last week in mid and in as support. So, I mean, that's a really great one. Morgana has experienced quite an upsurge and renaissance in being played lately. So happy to see that ban, especially because it can just be so cheap. You pop that Zanya, you pop the ult, and everybody dies. So, I mean, that's not the kind of gameplay we want to watch here. We want to watch honorable, face-to-face, hand-to-hand combat here at Supergirl Gamer Pro. So, the Leona ban, sad to see that. We both really enjoy it. I mean, I think that it's actually...
oh my gosh, another support.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I guess the supports are the ones to be afraid of this time, huh?
I said it. I called it, I guess.
You did. You really did call it. Like, the new mid, though, I've been really enjoying watching. Have you seen that yet?
Yes, I have. It's dumb.
It's so dumb. It's like not even funny. Like it's like Yasuo's first week dumb. Like it just feels so steamrolling. It is so good. But Thresh ban, always a good one. Nobody likes the hooks. Do you remember like Blitzcrank has the highest ban rate of all time and now isn't banned at all? That's kind of silly, isn't it?
It is, but it makes sense though because of the style of game change, in that it's not just like all in trying to get somebody in an instant. It's more of a, poke people down as an ADC now. That's more of the game of positioning, vision, things like that. So it makes sense, and I like it because I hate Blitzcrank. Nobody likes that. Especially when you get in a later game and he's just taking your kills and you're like, you're not a support anymore. Go to the mid lane or something. But I love the Nami. I freaking love the Nami. It does take a lot of skill to land those bubbles. The tidal wave is incredibly handy, whether it's towards the beginning of the game when you just hit 6 are able to do a full man in, or if you are later game and it is a 5v5 and you're able to pop up the entire enemy team. I love the Nami, and the Ashe has been incredibly popular this whole time. We have the Echo lock-in as well here, and then the Caitlyn, always safe, always a solid choice for an ADC.
Caitlyn into Ashe, Caitlyn into Misfortune. That's such a classic good matchup. Caitlyn's one of my favorite ADCs, one of the first champs I ever played, in fact, just because she's really safe, being able to stay on the back line there as well. Positioning with Caitlyn is immensely awesome, and that just means that Gamer Snails is going to have to focus back line, because if Humanoid Pumpkin does get rolling on that Caitlyn, it's going to be really, really difficult to deal with if they don't do that first. And it's really easy to forget about her just because her range is relatively long. So that'll be one of the key win conditions for Gamer Snails is, if Humanoid Pumpkin does get rolling, they need to take her out real fast. Orianna on Nikki, that's really nice. I love an Orianna. The Galio, listen, we've got some biases. We're only human. Galio, not so great. Not a huge fan.
I mean, if he's on my team, I love it. It's just because we're not mid laners, and so that's what we experience. Is Galio is one that interferes with a lot of other lanes. That's honestly the biggest reason that I have an issue with him, because he is able to provide additional ganks that the jungle obviously does not have to be there for. And he's super tanky. He's able to deal a lot of damage. He's really consistent, whether it's early game or, even getting to the later game. His utility is incredible for the team. So it allows a lot for the team in the overall early, late. The next round of bans is obviously no big surprise there. Trying to focus out some strong jungles and top laners. I can imagine this Echo is going in the jungle on Help Slifer. We've seen it many times in the past. Definitely a favorite of Help Slifer in the jungle. So support, obviously, which has been banned out quite a bit across the board, and top laners there. Gamers Nails recognize that, banning out the Garen here. They don't have a top laner, though, so they will have an opportunity to retaliate in this. And the Teemo will be banned out just in case that Echo is not going on Help Slifer, because we've seen the Teemo come out a couple of times.
We haven't necessarily seen that Teemo be successful. That feels like a really cheeky ban almost. Like, hey, Help Slifer, we're going to help you. And we're just going to ban this Teemo away so you don't feel tempted. I feel like Help Slifer really does enjoy those highly mobile, kind of sneaky gotcha champs. So I feel like as far as like maybe not being successful with that Teemo jungle, but that Echo jungle I think is going to look really good on them. They are talented. They are capable. They've shown some really good judgment calls in the past in recent games, despite not like performing, I'm sure, the way that they wanted to. I'm super hopeful that Help Slifer will at least almost flourish on this Echo. I'm not 100% sure what to expect in terms of performance, but I am really excited about that Neeko. I'm assuming that is going support, because Ori support is not necessarily ideal. Zac is good. Have we seen Zac at all in this tournament that you can recall?
I feel like maybe once, and Zac is a bit of a flex. I was going to say, can actually go, in the top or in the jungle there. Actually, I casted a collegiate game earlier this week where it was Zac support. Did not go well. I'll say that right now.
Oh, no.
So Vladimir is going to be in the top lane there, and Zac will be in the jungle, which is definitely the better, I think, concept going into this next one. But there's a lot of survivability right there on Gamer Snails already with just those final 3 picks, the Galio, the Zac, and the Vladimir. Actually all of them can get supremely tanky towards the end. And, the lifesteal from Hanabi, or from the Hanabi's lock-in there. And the Mundo as the final selection. So, yes, I would assume you are correct that Neeko going in the bottom lane with the Caitlyn. That is a lot of damage. And that might force Krakadon to sit down towards Gamer Snail's bottom lane to just ensure that things don't go too crazy down there on the side of Ara.
Woof, I do feel like the draft is definitely in Gamer Snail's favor. In this one, although the Mundo did kind of throw me for a loop, and again, like I said, the Caitlyn pick is really safe. I know that Help Slifer's looking to prove themselves, so I mean, as far as scrappiness goes, I think Ara has probably got something going on here, but Vladimir, that's rough, buddy. That's super, super rough, especially for a top lane. Not that bad for Mundo to deal with early on, but the amount of health Mundo has does not work in his favor against Vladimir. That's not a boon. As far as that matchup is concerned. So a little bit worrisome for Ara on the team comp side. What do you think? What's your estimation of team comps here?
I like them both. Like I said, Help Slifer has picked up the Echo many, many times, and I feel like it's gone better than the Teemo games, but they just have to play consistently and play safely if they do go far behind. And I also mentioned how there's a lot of damage coming from Ara's bottom lane. We have seen just how well Lustfully and Hanabi do here in this bottom lane from a few weeks back. And also just how good the Ashe Nami combo is and has been consistently throughout this entire series. So while that could go in RR's favor in the bottom lane, having a bunch of damage if they're able to poke out and initiate a lot, I like the Mundo pick into this one. I really do, actually. And so I have good promises. Or I'm giving Cisco, trying to wish Cisco a little bit of luck, because if you can remember, basically every game we've casted with Ara, either Cisco has gone up into like a losing lane or got into a losing lane and actually done well, but been camped so hard by the enemy jungle. Cisco has not been able to do anything at all in really any of these games, going so far behind. So that, while I might be concerned about the lane, I like the Mundo pickup specifically to help Cisco get some survivability and really be effective later game, whether or not that happens.
Yeah, so, definitely has a solid late game potential. I mean, as far as like top hyper carries go, if he does well in top lane on Mundo, I don't think Ara has anything to really worry about. So that'll be really, really interesting. Although, like I said, Vlad, kind of a rough matchup, still a great pick, especially like as far as like full on team utility goes. Mundo is really, really great just in general, like terms of peeling, in terms of ganking. Like you can build him in so many different fun in useful ways depending on how this game goes. So you've got Kaori there. They're looking pretty good in that chicken suit. I'm a big fan of that skin. I think you pointed that out on one of our first games.
Yeah.
I have not been able to get enough since.
Well, because Kaori, they actually have been using, I think they've done the Galio a couple times the last few times we've seen them as well. Yeah. And a few different selections. Yeah, but I'm seeing the Galio several times, and they use that skin every time. It is by far, I mean, it's definitely not Galio there in the chicken suit. That could be.
Yeah. I really enjoy seeing Kaori as the returning player here, and that ridiculous. I mean, come on, I like the joke skin. Some people don't, they can't stand it, but it doesn't really matter. I'm excited to see Hanabi and Lustfully back in that bot lane, though. Lustfully has absolutely been one of the more exciting ADCs for us to watch, especially as these games have trended more towards top and jungle rivalries. Mid definitely is now becoming the least active lane in terms of action, especially after last week. It seems like our mid laners just get in this constant slap fight and are really keeping each other occupied, which I good for them for all being skillful enough to just keep each other in lane and not be able to cause any sort of ruckus.
The old
but
top lane.
Yeah, it really is. It's just like it's that solo.
Look at this damage! That's what I was talking about. Oh my god, Joystick Rampage already hitting so many, the double stun first and then following it up there with the stun and picking up a first blood, going on to Caitlyn. That is exactly what RR wants for this team.
Listen, Jolly, as a career support this season, I just have to say that giving away first blood is a storied right of any support, and if you give away first blood, it doesn't even count. It doesn't count. It's just, listen, supports die sometimes. That's just the way it goes. No big deal, Hanabi. You've got this.
Right, that is rough, but now they recognize, okay, there is a lot of damage coming from this lane. Oof. It is not something we can play around with, and that stun is going to be coming more consistently than we think, and it goes through minions, and it can hit both of them. That's the thing, so they have to watch their positioning, just farming and standing in lane, which is very frustrating this early on in the game.
Yeah,
nice
like
taunt there on to help Slifer with an invade. Just trying to poke Kaori back, but it looks like they responded very well. Krakedon winded up with that elastic slingshot, looking to engage here. And Kaori is going to follow this one up, jumping in on to help Slifer. No additional damage there from Kaori, and that means help Slifer is going to just head over to the back of the Baron Pit and flash over the wall. But that is a successful retaliation, as they were able to get one summoner spell there out of help Slifer and Aurora.
Rough start for Help Slifer. I don't think it's going to be an issue. Help Slifer has been camped in recent games, which I think is really frustrating mentally, but Hanabi is taking in the bot lane here. Nami taking some residual damage from Humanoid Pumpkin, who really has eyes for these low support health and then high crit on their part damage. Caitlyn, you land one of those traps and you get those crits off. It can be absolutely deadly to a support, so good on there trying to farm that Nami and making sure that if they step just one step over a little too close, Caitlyn will be there to take that shot as well. How are we looking in top lane, Jolly? How's the look?
The top lane is certainly, this is where Baysuri does have the advantage in this lane. While Cisco has the comeback ability for sure, just gets a little bit of health, and once those cleavers are able to hit, you're good. Oh, we might actually have an engager for Krakedon. Nope, that elastic slingshot is stopped, but this is where you keep the pressure on as the Vladimir. You have the additional damage early game. Oh my goodness, Baysuri is going to pick up the kill there on a Cisco and actually flash in for that one, or flash away after that. Kaori getting the assistance of Krakedon versus Nikki to flash out. Kaori instantly flashes themselves in response and is able to pick up another kill there for Gamer Snail. So, yeah, this is where you get the extra creep score, and that's going to force Cisco to not be able to get pressure early on. If you get any roam from Baysuri, though, that's where Cisco can find an advantage. If Baysuri teleports down for an engage around Dragon, something of that nature, Cisco, I think, should just remain in lane. I mean, without the teleport, now having used to just get back in the lane, that's the opportunity anyway, but really has a chance to pick up some CS and get some pressure on that lane, and that's going to give them the retaliation that they kind of need to survive this, at least until they get to the advantage point.
Yep, we're seeing some pings towards Dragon here. A little bit early, I think, for that kind of action, especially considering we're this late in the game. You kind of want to make sure that you're all set up, your lanes are all pushed in before you make any sort of commitment. And I don't think that they have the lockdown on where Help Slifer is at this exact moment. And apparently Help Slifer is absolutely dedicated to going for this Dragon level 4. We've got a Mountain Drake here. Just kind of checking it out, seeing if it's a possibility, grabbing some of those Gosh, what are those even called? I can't even remember. Juicy fruits.
If you hadn't asked me that, I would have been able to answer.
Oh, totally, yeah. Put you on the spot there.
Yeah, right. Those do help quite a bit and help Slifer. They're pulling the dragon out a little bit from the pit as well, recognizing, hey, I can grab this health while the rest of my team comes in to assist. And Gamer Snail's not responding to that one whatsoever. Krakedon, though, is on the top side, finding out Nikki one more time. There's nothing that Nikki can do to escape from this one. So Krakedon doing a great job on this Zac early on in the game. That's a good sign for Gamer Snails later.
Yeah, absolutely. For every action, there is an equal or adverse reaction here, and Gamer Snails picking up some kills there, knowing that Help Slifer is down there at Dragon, just sneaking on in there, taking off a kill on Nikki, who's having a bit of a rough game here, but it's okay. Nothing is really untenable right now. We've got a 1.6k lead here for Gamer Snails, but like I said, nothing crazy has really happened so far that anybody can't come back from. We do have one dragon on Ara, which is kind of the edge that they need, at least this early on, just to kind of, get, I mean, they are 3-1 in terms of Gamer Snails, so you do want to pick up a couple objectives if you can. I think we'll probably see some action up top here as Help Slifer kind of tiptoes over to see what Baysuri and Cisco
That's a lot of push
to.
there from
Yeah,
a lot of push there from Baysuri, actually almost going. I was behind Cisco by the time I looked up there, but we have hit that level 6, level 7 point where I was saying Cisco is going to find the advantage in this lane, the survivability, and again, if you get a cleaver onto Baysuri, oh my gosh, another jump onto Nikki, poor Nikki here in the mid lane, you gotta play safer than that, and even almost under your tower isn't safe enough, unfortunately, for RR there. 0-3-0, that's a painful lane right now at 8.5 minutes in.
Now let's watch a replay of the top lane here. You've got Cisco, who does land that cleaver, like you said, and then burning down Baysuri, and it is an unfortunate as Help Slifer tries to get in to get that assist, but we didn't really need any of the help there.
Yeah.
Nice job on Cisco's part, landing that cleaver. I think that Baysuri did have a false sense of security just based on getting that initial kill.
I'm kind of curious about where the pool was, because that's what I was going to say before the engage started, in the mid lane. Was if Cisco's able to hit that cleaver, you're essentially going to force out either the full engage from a Dr. Mundo, or you're going to force out the pool from Baysuri. Yeah. And the pool wasn't there on that engage, and so I'm not exactly sure if Baysuri just had already used it to begin the engage or something like that, and then just went a little too far and realized, hey, I don't have a flash or anything else to escape from this, but a great job by Cisco, yes, to pick up that kill, and now that advantage has been kind of evened out at this point in the game as we're getting close to 10 minutes. Still, nobody really picking up any plate. There is the one at the top lane. Krakedon finding another spectacular jump in with the Elastic Slingshot, followed up by Hanabi's Tidal Wave. Such a great engage by Gamer Snails, and Krakedon doing a phenomenal job so far for a first appearance here on this team.
Yeah, that was very clean. Did you see how everybody just executed their roles perfectly? Hanabi on that Nami there with that ult as well, with Krakedon coming in. I really think that Zac is a rough jungler to lane against especially once he gets rolling. Difficult, really, really great ganks from out of nowhere as per usual. I mean, you really honestly have to know where that jungler is at all times in order to keep a handle on it. My suggestion to Ara, get some wards on the map, get some very serious deep wards in there, and kind of track the progress of Zac, because I mean, once you get the jungler's farming pattern down, it's really not that hard. They walk past a ward and you know exactly where they're going to be for the next 2.5 minutes. So best advice I can possibly give, get some deep wards in some of those jungle camps, and keep track of Krakedon, because that's slowly spiraling out of control at a 200 gold bounty as well. We do have Cisco aggressively pursuing Baysuri, as one could have guessed. Definitely has the edge in this lane as well. Both kind of do top out in the later game, so I'm excited to see these two giants and see how they perform later in game. Both really are still useful later as well, even if they fall a little bit behind, but Baysuri is being extremely aggressive with not a lot of vision either, which is a little bit concerning.
I mean, we can see Krakedon way far in the jungle there too. I think Baysuri's like, all right, if I do get chased down, I should have the help from Zac, but actually no, potentially not. The pool is going to come out, but can Baysuri survive this one? So much regen coming there, and Cisco, I think, just barely seeing that Zac come through as Cisco gonna lose his life, but it was worth it probably to take down the rival in the top lane. And Lustfully not gonna get jumped on. The ultimate coming up from Joystick Rampage, and no way! The flash from Hanabi did not only prevent the death from the ace in the hole, but to also allow the crystalline arrow to go off and pick up the kill. What a play there from Lustfully and Hanabi. That was spectacular.
Mercenails are so determined. Their first loss to Scouts last week clearly has inspired some of the cleanest executions we've ever seen in this game. Some very, very good, clean play from Game Mercenails. They really know exactly what they're doing, but meanwhile, while they are farming kills, Help Slifer is gathering these objectives very aggressively. They did try. Kraggadon really did try to prevent that situation there. Oh wait, no, they
Throws entrance, yes, coming through there as Kraggadon does take a lot of damage, but the taunt is going to follow up onto Cisco on the backside. Lustfully is trying to keep these two away from the rest of Game Mercenails. Cisco is going to end up going down there to Lustfully. Now Humanoid Pumpkin gets a slow, and the vision continuation. What a great hawk shot there from Lustfully. They saw the opportunity that Humanoid Pumpkin had to walk into the bush and break vision, and by throwing out that hawk shot, she prevented that from happening, even though, was stunned in the process. Either way, it was still impressive.
Great use of utility. I think a lot of people forget that hawk shot exists, and that is exactly what it's meant to be used for offensively, is the continuation of the vision there so that they can keep on keeping on and farming those kills. Lustfully is in such a good position right now at 3-0-3, but Baysuri here, it looks like we've had a bit of a lane swap, maybe? Yeah, it does. It looks like an official lane swap, although Nikki did not have any sort of real success there. I think that falling behind 0-4-0 at 13 minutes, it's a super rough recovery. Although, I mean, Orianna's utility with her R and with her slows and with her shields, it doesn't necessarily mean that she has to farm or has to have kills to make a massive difference in serious later game team fights. So not the biggest concern to have, although now that I'm looking at it, we are 13-3, which things are starting to get kind of spicy. And like I said, we haven't seen a lot of really good triumphant comebacks. I do hope Ara does continue to try and keep control of the map here, maybe retain it, maybe refocus their objectives. And Help Slifer, though, has been trying to gather all of these other objectives, grabbing the Rift Herald, trying to grab those dragons. Unfortunately, did get that Infernal Drake stolen right out from under them, which I thought was really super interesting, especially because Help Slifer, for the most part, they were outnumbered. Game Mercenails were outnumbered when they did make that engage, but, you're not always lucky here. Baysuri back in top. Poor Nikki, they tried that lane swap, didn't work out.
Right.
And
that's
rough.
you can't send somebody up to, once you get close to 15 minutes for a Vladimir, if you're falling behind as it is, he's gonna be able to out tank you. And there's just not enough damage coming from Nikki having been hit so early on in that lane, and now Kraggadon is just gonna sit here with Cowrie. Just the presence of it. Not sure if this is an actual recall or just kind of a bit of a taunt to the opposing team. No, it is a full recall, going back for a buy there for Kraggadon. We've got a pretty big advantage as well in levels if we look at the CS. And Kraggadon, for instance, sitting at 11, Help Slifer only at level 8, and at least one level up in all of these lanes across every single opponent. So Game Mercenails having a pretty big advantage at this point in the game and really trying to use that. And again, the ultimate gonna come out from the Nico, but the exhaust to follow it up, and Hanabi using the Tidal Wave to try to disrupt the remainders of Ara, but enough damage coming out there from Humanoid Pumpkin is going to secure the kill. And it looks like first tower might end up going down here and going over to Game Mercenails.
You love to see it. I mean, that was a really, really solid part on Ara's part, especially using that level spike to engage. But we do have Cisco hunting down Baysuri indiscriminately, trying to punish them for pushing in there and not necessarily being able to back it up. Oh, the misfire as well on Baysuri's item. That is an unfortunate part of the situation. But, draws them under tower. That's a little bit too far on Cisco. Even with that miss there, they still did an incredible job drawing them under tower and getting it the last second. That's kind of the joy of Vladimir, isn't it? That you think you've got it on lockdown and then using all of that life skill to really just screw you over. A really solid play on Baysuri's part. Glad to see this player back as well.
And Humanoid Pumpkin is going to get jumped on and flash out as the first turret here goes down in the mid lane. Krakenon gonna use the bounce house, try to get out Nikki, who flashes in response towards the second tower. Helps Slifer on the backside. Gonna head on to Cowrie, who decides to channel in response. The ultimate coming from Help Slifer and a multi-stun down onto the two members here of Gamer Snails, who are going to try to disengage from the bottom side. RR recognizing they really can't continue this fight as they take so much damage from these members. Not a ton of deep vision, not as much as I would expect from a team that is pushing this far into the enemy side and has two towers down, one at the top and one in the mid lane there. Baisuri, you can see no vision being put down, but now some wards actually being purchased by the Gamer Snails.
Yeah, they definitely have their intention there, and they cannot afford to slip.
There it is. Look at the support vision, though. Look at that bottom side.
Hanabi, God love ya for all of that that beautiful support vision as well. That's the safest lane I have ever seen to farm. Yeah, truly, there's not much needed. I think that's also in the name of Dragon prep here. They are going to go for this Ocean Drake, and that much is definitely clear. Trying to zone them as they all kind of try to collapse in on this Ocean Drake. The whole team is not necessarily present. They did do a reset here to try to prep for that Ocean Drake. You can kind of tell they're just setting it up. Ara, though, to their own detriment, can't necessarily compete with the jungle difference at the moment. They do have Cisco as a good front line. Yeah,
I'm actually very interested as to why Gamer Snails didn't engage on that. They had the opportunity to take him when RR was nowhere near, but Joystick Rampage is actually going to have to flash out from this one. Luckily, the clone was distracting enough as Help Slifer goes on the engage, the tidal wave coming out. Help Slifer using the ultimate to stay alive and Krakenon hopping into the backside. A couple flashes coming out there from Ara, and the engage was just not where they wanted it to be, as Cisco has to run up the top side while Nikki goes towards the bottom side in an effort to escape back to base. And now Gamer Snails have full access to this. So, had RR actually engaged on that one, had they allowed Gamer Snails to engage on them, if, for instance, RR had engaged just on the dragon itself and waited for the Mercenails to try to either stop them or go for the dragon and respond to that, I do think it could have been successful for them, but they kind of walked in one by one into the Gamer Snails, because I think Gamer Snails were expecting them to be forced to retaliate to something, and they were like, oh, actually, we just have to respond to this, not even decide when to go in on this dragon engage, literally just fight them back and win.
Yeah, I think you and I can both agree that the domino effect that happens is one of the most tilting and one of the most frustrating things to see happen. Especially, you see Help Slifer try to do a very serious hard engage, but doesn't have the same backup from their team, and then gets hunted down by Krakenon, which is a super unfortunate matter of positioning more than anything. And Krakenon having such great roam and having such great mobility makes it really, really difficult to protect that back line, especially with Cisco not being able to engage and create that engage. Not great to have your jungler do an engage, even on an Echo when you're this far behind. You still want that strong Cisco peel engage. So,
right, exactly.
Super unfortunate there at Dragon, but we are having some action here.
What a bubble to follow it up with the tidal wave. Give Hanabi the gold medal on those because they have been spectacular. And whether or not you really think the tidal wave is necessary in an engage like that, it's a short enough cooldown at this point in the game that, you know what, it's always worth it to secure the double and the extra push there for your team. As we can see, they now have pressure in every single lane, and RR did manage to put down some defensive vision of their own, but they haven't managed to clear out any of the Gamer Snails vision on their side.
Yeah, you can see all that blue vision there, especially topside, as they are trying to push out and control at least these two lanes, but they're all pushing out right now, so oh, that's super unfortunate. Help Slifer really trying to do everything they can to help Nikki, who is 0-5-0. The bubble there on Miko as well with Joystick Rampage. That was a super unfortunate. Oh, we got Krakenon coming in there with the Crystalline Arrow as well.
Wombo combo.
Oh, the most unfortunate bouncy wombo combo to be sure. Crystalline Arrow plus Zax's engage, super strong performance. And Caitlyn, Humanoid Pumpkin, and Joystick Rampage didn't stand a chance with their health bars either. That was something else. That's extremely frustrating. I can imagine RR is having some very serious difficulties, especially poor Nikki there, who's usually the support on RR. Oh, sorry, who's been the ADC in the past on RR. Just an unfortunate series of events. But hey, Help Slifer did do a fairly good job this round. Really kept an eye on those objectives, so Cisco trying to defend this top turret, but things are slowly spiraling out. Well, I wouldn't say slowly. Things are quickly spiraling out of control here for Aurora, unfortunately.
Oh, Help Slifer, no way, there it is. It was the Hemo Plague. Both of us were just kind of, we're both silent just watching that one because
jaws open.
It was that was rough. The last of the Hemo Plague there was able to pick up the kill onto Help Slifer, who was so excited. They thought they had run away, thought they had escaped, and had not managed to, thanks to that awful, awful ultimate that you get from the Vladimir occasionally.
Oof.
Such
big oof.
Good vision placement as well by Gamer Snails. I was talking about the sweepers coming out from them as well. They're doing a really good job of removing Aurara's vision attempts to keep a little bit of control in their own jungle, and now it is just an in-base fight where we're going to be seeing is them just trying to push back in every single lane at this point, barely poke out into their own jungle. Hopefully that's what they stick with. And we do need to help Slifer to be a little bit safer here. Just, you know, as much damage as Echo does, there's not a ton of survivability unless you are in a place where you can really ult back and completely escape. And Help Slifer has done a good job of ulting back at very, very low health to regain that health and move backwards in time. But it's just been too far. And as I say it, this might be a little too far. Even though nobody is on this side of the map, they don't have the vision offered here to know where the enemy team is. And obviously, it's going to be at Baron. But this Vladimir is also at the point 7-2-2, where if Help Slifer does try to 1v1, they're not going to win this engage.
No, there really is no hope for a team fight here. There has to be some very serious, egregious errors made on the Gamer Snails' part in order for them to get any very serious picks. Like you said, Help Slifer, not super tanky, not a lot of survivability. Under certain conditions, perhaps has some good escapes. Not a good engage, though. So that hasn't been a really...
And I'm not sure what the point of that push towards bottom was, because there was no vision place, nothing by Help Slifer there. So I actually don't even know kind of what the point of that move down was. Aside from just finding out the Basuri on the bottom side.
Yeah, and also finding out their jungle had been cleared out. It looks like maybe they were trying to farm and didn't do it, and then just kept going and going, meeting Basuri there, which they can't 1v1 Basuri as they are right now. So super unfortunate. I would say a waste of time. But, you know, at this late in the game, you're trying to get any edge you can, trying to farm, trying to get any sort of...
But Echo doesn't waste time. And now we have the tidal wave coming in towards the backside. It looks like Draconon is going to Elastic Slingshot towards the backside. They're lustfully just focusing on the tower. Help Slifer is going to try to engage and get a nice ultimate there back onto base. That's the kind of thing that they need to keep just barely surviving here, but the rest of Gamer Snails recognize we can just hit the Nexus and end the game right now. 24 minutes, not the shortest, definitely one of the shorter games that we've seen in this series here. Gamer Snails, once again, going on to the semifinals, and Aurora did a great job, just couldn't quite find the footing that they needed with the early start that they had gotten.
Yeah, unfortunate. We really were putting good vibes out there in the universe when we were at the beginning of our production meeting today, the hour where we prep and everything. We were sending out Aurora memes to each other and joking about it, hoping that they would, you know, be successful. We were talking about how much we like them as a team, but unfortunately, good vibes are not the only thing that you need to win these games, especially against Gamer Snails. Really slick, clean, some of the cleanest plays we've seen in this entire tournament from Gamer Snails. I'm feeling very proud, especially after their defeat against the Sailor Scouts last week. I really enjoy all of the redemption arcs that we always seem to have. It feels like a team loses and then they come back stronger than ever. And I'm really enjoying like just the slingshot effect, the revenge. It's kind of romantic, to be honest.
It is, and it is good to see Gamer Snails continuing to do well, and the addition of this, who we just saw play on the Zac Draconon, an incredible player here. So we have a lot to look forward to for the remaining games tonight. Some other names that you will recognize as we had seen the bracket previously there. I'm wondering if we can pull that up again, maybe production. Do we have... Yeah, awesome, sweet. I know, I love it. So we can take a look at the bracket here. It looks like Your Nightmares ended up victorious in that game. And as we know, Gamer Snails and RR just faced off. Gamer Snails moving on. So as we can see, the first semifinals game there will be Your Nightmares against Gamer Snails. And it looks like we still have a couple of other games going on at the moment. So we have a little bit of time to chat right now, Kari.
Yeah. All right. So listen, that last game, really, really difficult for RRA. They're not out for the count, though. They have enough points. They have participated enough that they still have the absolute potential to make this thing happen for themselves. And listen, I don't want to make any crazy announcements just yet. I think we can save it for later here, but I highly recommend RRA keep scrimming. Keep trying, because the gold pot at the end of the rainbow is relatively substantial. So I would encourage these teams to continue on, and especially if you already have points invested in the game here. Great bracket, super excited, and I think that we'll probably see a redemption arc from Ara if statistically things remain consistent. They'll definitely want to come back and come for revenge. So, it's funny. We thought that maybe that they would have the advantage having a more consistent roster, but as it turns out, as usual, the newcomers are so impressive. Like, they always manage to have these people. I don't know, man. Like, is there some sort of like League of Legends like sub message board where you can like sub in for tournaments or something? Because I was really, really impressed with Krackedon's performance as a jungler. I mean, we love Ghosty, and we have seen some incredible plays from that player. But Krackedon is definitely an interesting, good addition to that team. I'm really impressed.
I am, and I'm excited to see how far Gamer Snails can take it this week. We saw they're going up against Your Nightmares next, and we know them to be a very high-ranked team here for us in the overall, constantly battling for that, back and forth with that first and second place with limit testers usually. So it will be exciting to see how the next game goes about. But in the meantime, I do want to say, thank you to everybody watching. Thank you to us, I guess. Thank you to our sponsors as well, Zenny Gaming, Nissan, US Air Force, GameStop, and the Marines. As you can tell, I got my Zenny glasses. I've been favoring this pair, but I got a bunch of different pairs. And I absolutely adore these. Like, I love these Zenny glasses. They have the Blocks blue light lenses, and it allows for me to be I love it. It allows for me to just be able to look at a screen a lot more often than I would like. And even actually, I've started wearing them constantly while driving. I love wearing them while driving as well. And at night, you can actually see, it's really cool. The lights kind of do that. You can tell like the reflection is minimized because it does that kind of star when you see lights in the distance. So it is they are spectacular glasses. They have tons of different selections for your frames, about like 3,000 I think, things. And they've got like 50 or 60 specifically for the gaming glasses that they have, because they have gamer styles, and some of them are really, really cool. And one of the coolest parts too, aside from that, was the virtual try-on that they've got is amazing. I am a person who has never actually owned a pair of glasses where I'm like, oh, I like how these look on me. It's always been like, like I don't have any eyebrows on these glasses because the frame's perfectly covered, something like that. So I was able to go in and have me take a picture of myself, like move my face around, and then you're able to just try on whatever glasses you want. You can select different face shapes as well if you don't want to do your own, or if something's wrong with your camera. I guess I don't know why you wouldn't want to do your own, but they have other, you can see the different like square face, heart shaped face, round face, that kind of thing based on like your jaw and your chin and the shape and size, and try these things on virtually. Those ones may be my favorite. As much as I love the mirrored ones that you just had, those ones my favorite. Those are pretty spectacular. So I do love my Zenny glasses. And I definitely suggest you guys take a look. They also have some of the best ads that we've shown during this Supergirl Gamer Pro tournament series. So definitely look into it, because they are by far the cheapest that I found in terms of the blue light blockers. And with their blocks, like their TM trademarks, blocks blue light blockers, they're pretty spectacular. So I think that's enough fill time, right? We can take a quick break, go fill up on water, things like that. We are going to just take a minute or two and head into the next game, as we got an updated bracket now. Don't go anywhere. We will be heading into the semifinals tonight for the Supergirl Gamer Pro Esports Tournament.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this. Brief.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going. It's going. It is going. We got a little bit of a hiccup. We got some games running long at the moment. So we're gonna, we know at least one of these teams is moving on, and we're going to be seeing Sailor Scouts in the next match. But you've got a little bit of info for us for the prize pool for this tournament. So what are we looking at? Because I think people were kind of blown away. I think it's a little bit more of a prize pool than people were kind of considering since there are 3 games going for this tournament.
Yeah, Jolly and I had some meetings this week. Very super professional, very serious stuff. No jokes allowed. And we found out the format for the tournament. So we did find out that it will be best of 3 for 4 teams, right?
Yes.
And then, all right, are you ready for this? I want to do a drum roll, but I don't really have the coordination to pull that off without hurting myself. So listen, the prize pool for this championship is $12,500. So that's absolutely nuts. We're not 100% sure about the division of that prize pool and how it will be distributed between the winner and the runner-up, but we do know that it is going to the winning team, and then a small portion will also be going to the runners-up, second place. So that is crazy news. And we also, I mean, if you want to talk about like the prize pool in general, I mean, for Hearthstone, the individual player who gets first place is going to get $5,000. I mean, that's huge. So it's kind of ridiculous. So I mean, I'm really like when I heard that, it's like a life-changing amount of money for a tournament to win. I mean, for you to win that much and be able to like say that, you know what I mean? Like it puts you on kind of like a professional level to say, hey, I've won thousands of dollars with my team on a semi-pro level. Yeah. Oh yeah. I really think like, I mean, yeah, it's gonna be really good. I feel like we're super lucky to be able to cast this tournament, that we have incredible funding, and our prize pool is $12,500. That's absolutely nuts. And we'll have some official announcements coming out about that next week, next Thursday. But right now, unofficial announcement, and especially some motivation for the teams that are playing. 12,500. That's a lot.
Lots of motivation. Like if just winning a tournament and playing and having fun, because we hope that this tournament is fun for you guys. It's fun for us to watch and cast, and seems like you guys are enjoying it. But yeah, if that wasn't motivation enough, then absolutely this is. And even if you're not the best, even if you're the second best, you're still gonna go home with something. So it is very exciting to to get some big numbers, and bigger than I was expecting to see, to be honest here. To be distributed to you guys, because you're the reason that we're able to be here, as you guys are playing this. We do know now, I've been given some info that we do have the winning team of the other quarterfinals game that we had going on in the background, Limit Testers. Do we know who they beat out, actually? Limit Testers beat out, I think I saw...
Take a look at that bracket here.
I saw it there a little bit earlier.
Yeah, Limit Testers versus Chloe Plays.
There it is.
And they were successful against that. Yeah.
You guys,
no worries.
Oh, yeah, you too. Production I added in there as well.
So, quick recap of last week. So, the Sailor Scouts were the ones who won against Game Snails, right? It was, what was it? Game 2. So, it was our second game. Yeah. So, Sailor Scouts once again returned victorious. And then Limit Testers won against Ara Ara. Kind of like a switcheroo here, honestly. Yeah. So that was game 1 for Limit Testers versus Ara Ara. So I think we've got a rivalry happening here. The old Sailor Scouts versus Limit Testers again.
Yeah. I mean, we've got like 4-way rivalries going on, I feel, between these teams, because it's been so back and forth. Sometimes the team will not be doing super well one week, and the following week they beat out the number 1 team in the second round. It's pretty ridiculous to watch. And so I'm excited on this one because Sailor Scouts have probably been, I would say, Gamer Snails and Sailor Scouts, I've said, or at least I said last week, are the 2 teams that I think have grown the most, like as a well-rounded team, and it seems learned the most playing together as these 5-man teams, even though there have been a few roster swaps. So I'm really excited to see how Sailor Scouts does to Limit Testers, who's been one of the 2 usually fighting for that first place spot with your Nightmares. But Sailor Scouts have been doing incredibly well. They won a finals. It was 2 weeks ago, I think. Yep, 2 weeks ago, Sailor Scouts did win in the final. They are certainly fighting for more points to start. I'm assuming points have to do with the seeding for the I probably talking out my butt here because I just assume I would assume based on the other tournaments I've done that the points does base the seeding for the final tournament for those 4 teams, as I'm assuming there will be seeding going into that. We'll have more than enough info. And we'll probably get that updated as well for you guys once they do the official announcement on Thursday. But we're getting into lobby. Limit Testers and Sailor Scouts. I think that Limit Testers have had, while they won last week, I think if we don't see Dang do incredibly well in the top lane, then the other team then Sailor Scouts needs to focus on Luckman. That was where a lot of their pressure was. The Mordekaiser that we saw last week. The Volibear was also quite spectacular. So Dang and Luckman on really, really overpowered champions. I think that was what surprised me most, is just the power of these guys that managed to break through the picks and bans. Because people are focusing a lot on these mid-bottom lane bans. And while I appreciate them, there's so many of those champions. And there's not... The jungle and the top lane, I think, right now are the places that have these spectacular spikes in power on certain champions. And especially with some of these players. So, what do we not want to see? What do we want to see in bans for this game for either team? What do you think would help?
Okay, listen.
That was a long way of asking that question.
No, that was great. That was actually a really great aside because you gave us some of that historical knowledge that is absolutely necessary, because you can't put a hyper carry in the hands of limit testers. That's a factual statement. I mean, there are certain hyper carries that you have to ban away from them, or you're going to not be successful. And one of the ones that I know you just forgot about it a little because you love top so much. Dopamini on Lux. Let's talk about Dopamini on Lux. Don't give Dopamini that pick.
That is true.
Dopamini
is
great. Yeah, absolutely.
Probably pick up the Ahri or something like that. There are other opportunities, but you're right. Just in terms of how overpowering on the entire Summoner's Rift Dopamini is on that Lux. Yes, and we saw it, I think, because Dopamini wasn't banned out for the Lux the first game that we broadcast last week for Limit Testers.
It was bad.
And you're like, what are they doing? Because you backed out. It was when you disconnected, so you're like, oh, the first thing you said when you jumped back in, Dopamini got the Lux, what? And then the game after that, going into the finals, Limit Testers were not allowed to have that once more. Kari was like, thank God these guys listened.
That was so funny. I remember coming back into the game and you being like, oh, thank God you're here so I can stop talking. I disconnected last week. Thank you, unnamed ISP that I won't continue to troll on Twitter. But Jolly was like, welcome back. And before I even said hello to Jolly, before I was like, thank you so much for covering. Sorry about my ISP. I was like, what? Dopamini's on Lux? Who did this? Like, I was like, who let that happen? And that was just like, it's an egregious oversight just because of Lux's ability, if they do well in lane, to affect the rest of the map. You're right. It's like, it's nearly global. It certainly feels global.
And from the mid lane, it is, okay? That's like the center of the radius, so
it's
like...
facts. You just spitting facts, Jolly.
Yeah.
I mean, people can't really have a problem with that. You're literally just spitting facts. So, yeah definitely Volibear away from Dang. Graves away from Luckman.
The Mordekaiser has also been like the Volibear. While the Volibear was really good, the Mordekaiser, I think Dang on the Mordekaiser was insane there. And it's a lot of these hyper carries that we've seen multiple times. And while Limit Testers is like, they've had to swap the roster around very minimally, but each time it's still been the same play style. Whether or not it is a sub that's jumping in for Dang or not. It is these hyper carries that you really have to avoid. And there's less of them than you would see in a lot of the hyper carries that we've seen banned away from, like Solari's Revenge, for instance, where people are like, yeah, we'll just take away this and
that
this.
One away.
And at that point, it's just worth it to focus on what your composition is going to be, no matter what they pick. That's my advice to you.
Pay attention to your own camp. You know what? Pay attention to yourself.
It's right. It's the right. And so I do think, yes, the Mordekaiser, the Volibear, that style. Stop banning out like the Ashe and the Caitlyn. To be honest, that's part of my advice, and I guess an answering of my question.
I think you did a good job.
Who do we ban? Who do we ban in this one? Aside from the Lux, which again we've seen really played well actually across the board, but Dopamini is uncomparable. Honestly, of anything, if you are going to focus towards the bottom side, you have both Nahila and Pistachio, both of who are superb on Nami. Like ridiculous on Nami. And we've seen the amount that her utility is able to offer, even just in that last game. The tidal wave cooldown is so low towards the later game. And then you have the pop-ups. What about Yone? Do you want to see Yone, or do you just not want to see Yone?
I don't want to see that at all. I've been traumatized enough. I would prefer if he just stayed out of these games. I do believe that he is pickable in these tournaments. We haven't had confirmation of that, but last week
they told
said
us they did. They said last week would be good.
So if we're wrong, it's production's fault, which
always.
very rarely is their fault. So,
Anytime I'm wrong, it's production's fault.
I listen. I really, really super am impressed with Pistachio, our sweet booty Makudi. Is their ability to just, I know, just keep it together on
this
that
was
Lulu.
given specifically by Booty Makudi, by the way. So
yeah, So we very specifically are following instructions from Pistachio.
He gave us
there.
these, yes, verbatim.
I'm excited though. I'm excited to probably. I think as far as picking bans on behalf of the Sailor Scouts, I think we're looking at Mordekaiser, Lux, Ari. What else?
Okay, I want to see Sona. First off, I just want to say that I want to see Sona.
Like you want to see her in lane, or you want to see her banned?
No, not ban. I mean, I don't know. She is bannable. She is bannable, but we're not even seeing her picked. So maybe just her presence. I don't know. I would prefer a pick. I want to see her do well right now because I think these players in particular can do really well with her. They play, a lot of the AP caster supports. So I want to see that. And it looks like we're gonna be heading into draft soon, guys. So we're almost done, Kari. We're gonna have content soon to talk about. But yeah, I want the Sona. I want to see the Sona. These players can absolutely play the Sona. We've seen the Lulu. We've seen the Nami. We've seen the Morgana. We've seen the Yumi. I mean, for Christ's sake, we've seen the Yumi multiple times. I feel like these guys can do really well with this Sona, and her utility is very similar to that. Well, actually, I mean, it's not similar to that of anyone in particular. I would say she's got a very unique set, but like, it's just very versatile. And the Crescendo, her ultimate, is huge late game, especially with these aggressive engagers that both of these teams, all of these teams, really like to see constantly. Yeah. I mean, a Mordecai being able to stun somebody down and have Mordecai to jump into the back, Mordekaiser jump into the back line, and then immediately pull someone into the realm, or the Volibear hopping on the back with the Stormbringer. There's a lot, and the Olaf might also be another thing to watch out for. I would say ban everything.
Ban it all.
I suppose
just ban every champion.
Every champion.
I think one of the most exciting lanes that we're going to see here is probably the mid. Though, like, because we do have Topo Mini and we do have Pan, or maybe it won't be exciting because they can just entertain each other. Like, they're both extremely skilled players, so maybe we just won't see anything.
It's true. If Lux isn't banned, though, I will be upset.
Yeah,
I will absolutely be upset. The Lux, the Anivia, we've seen quite a few times. The Galio has been very, very consistent across the board. We did see the Morgana in the mid lane that one time, so I was curious about that ban actually from the previous game. The Ari is another constant choice. If somebody doesn't get their Lux, usually they'll go for like the Ari. Pan has been playing the Ari a lot here.
Yep.
And we're going to see, we're going to see that. Let me double check and make sure that my roster is updated actually here.
Got your roster. Yeah, we have the same lineup for limit testers this round.
But not Sailor Scouts. We have a new jungle and actually a new support.
Oh, fried chicken ×9.
Yeah, 9 times the fried chicken.
Breaking news, Pistachio is no longer our Booty Makudi, but is now going by Whittle McGriddle. Whittle McGriddle this time. So just remember
Widow
that.
McGriddle.
Keep that in your head. Yeah, Widow McGriddle.
Man, I just remembered Booty Makudi. Like, that's Whittle. Okay, Whittle McFiddle. I don't know. So it's like an LW.
A struggle for that one.
Yeah, it is tough. It is tough. We're trying to get the nomenclature down. We appreciate you guys going along these bumps with us as we occasionally forget or misspeak or something like that. We apologize if we do that at all, because it will in fact happen. It looks like Dog Impersonator in the jungle as well for the Sailor Scouts. So a replacement there for Goldflower.
Oh no.
That might be huge for Sailor Scouts, though, because Goldflower has been a big piece of this, top jungle meta that we've been talking about, at least that lies within this tournament. And Prothean and Goldflower are so good together. So seeing Goldflower not be here. And then Neki Lime. I guess I did bring up Neki Lime, saying that the Nami play for Neki Lime is really, really good. Lilac Soul is still a spectacular Ashe Jinx. We've seen quite a bit of the Caitlyn come out quite a few times here.
Yeah.
But it looks like it is time, Kari. It is time to go to Champ Select.
I'm ready.
We're so ready for this. Limit Testers against Sailor Scouts. Dang Meow. That's just got to be a little nickname now, right? These guys
I hope so.
Unless it was a name change.
Yeah, Dang Arthidius I think would have been more appropriate, but Dang Meow is fine as well. I appreciate it. And then we have Luckman in the jungle, Dopaminian mid, Ryoklu in the ADC, and we've got Pistachio, a little Whittle McGriddle, and support Whittle McGriddle.
Yeah, I changed it. Whittle, yeah. Sailor Scouts. We got Prothean at the top lane. Newcomer, Dog Impersonator in the jungle. Pan on that mid. Lilac Soul is the ADC, and Fried Chicken x9 or X9 support.
Oh my gosh, you know what, these are like two of my favorite teams because they are just consistently so well natured. They love they're so fun to watch and they're so fun. They're always so friendly and so nice and so cool. I've really just enjoyed, I remember we were joking about Arthidius being Dang and Dang popping into a chat and being like, I'm actually sick as a dog. I'm dying now. I appreciate that, but I'm dying. Yeah. Yeah, that was really cute and funny. We do have a Morgana ban away from Fried Chicken x9. We don't know anything about Fried Chicken
or
x9.
Pan. It could be something, I said, we've seen it.
Yep.
I don't think it was on Pan. No, it was Burnt Toasties that we saw Morgana. Oh my god, last time I wrote Pan, played Pan. So that's no help at all.
Pan v Pan.
Pan, and won. Did a very good job there.
The biggest foe is yourself, Pan.
Dog Impersonator, though, we don't really know anything about. We can see the Kayn ban out there, so maybe Limit Testers have been able to do a little bit of research, either that or name changes, because I do think Dang Meow actually has a name change on this one. And then same with Fried Chicken x9, we can kind of, we'll just say it, Fried. Now I feel like I have to do the whole thing. But Fried Chicken, we don't know what those supports are looking like. It's been pretty consistent across the board as the AP casters in the past for this tournament, but this could be the person that takes, pulls out the Braum that we still have yet to see. Not quite as viable, I would say, as of late in terms of the compositions that these guys have been picking, but it could be the big tank that a team needs and might be the best Braum player we have in the world right here. So, Volibear banned out. They listened to us, Sailor Scouts, though, themselves. Limit Testers. Not Luck, man. So Ashe, I'm not sure if I agree with that. Again, I think, I guess Lilac Soul does really like the Ashe, but we've seen the Ashe do well across the board.
Hey, maybe Lilac Soul's a one-trick. That could be, extremely wounding to that. I don't think they are a one-trick. I'm going to be real with you.
No, we've definitely seen others, haven't we? Jinx. We saw them, that was just the last game that they played Ashe. There is a lot of the Jinx, but Ryoklu also plays the Ashe pretty consistently. So
yeah, so good, solid
like
band.
Works across the board. It's a good solid band, but I suppose there's the Lux. There's the Lux. We almost didn't have
it. Thank God! Holy shit!
I suppose but kind of assuming that Lux will be banned out from Dopamini, you also have to consider that Pan is likely going to go with someone like the Ahri. Pan really favors the Ahri, so maybe instead of the Ashe, unless, because you can still first pick the Ashe being on the blue side there for Limit Testers.
Absolutely.
Banning somebody out like the Ahri to just make Pan a little bit weaker there in the mid lane and give Dopamini the leg up that might be necessary. Not that it's necessary, as we've seen. Lux is not required for Dopamini to do very, very well, but it guarantees it.
Yeah, you know what's funny is I literally just went through every single game, and Lilac Soul has played Ashe for every single game except that one that we saw Jinx last week. Yeah, every single game has been on Ashe. So, maybe potentially a really great way to take care of that. But Ashe has great diverse utility. So, those skills are transferable, I would say, over to Caitlyn, over to Kai'Sa, over to Jinx, for example. I don't think that, or to MF, which is, I think, just a top tier excellent pick with those crits. It's really hard not to get hit by those giant cannonballs.
I love the double up as well as a great way to farm early game or to take out a minion and then also pop some damage onto any unsuspecting ADC or support that might be behind them. I do like the Graves pick. Clearly, I think it's Luckman's favorite. This is not Luckman this time. That definitely wasn't part of his name before.
Gosh, dang meow and not Luckman. I'm sorry. The personality of our players, like we have had very few conflicts, and the fact that they're all so good-natured is like genuinely an actual joy, especially as casters. I mean, it's so nice to be able to have personalities that are coming through, even though we've had little interactions. I mean, we haven't been able to interview these players. Hopefully we'll be able to during the championships, because I would love to talk face-to-face with any of these people, but it's super funny. Not Luckman, dang meow. Good changes. A blitz and a misfortune. That's a pretty solid. I would have loved to see, the classic wombo combo, Sona and MF. One of my favorite combos, but I mean, Blitz is good. That's a solid. You pull him in and she takes him out. So Caitlyn again, which I think is a solid, good pick for a team to have. And we didn't talk about this super heavily, but taking away that Hecarim from Luckman, a really solid pick. Really important to get away from there.
Yes, that, and then also taking away the the Volibear there from Dang. That's specifically one of the ones I was talking about. It's just a rough matchup. Whether or not it's a losing matchup, it does not matter. Dang has played spectacularly every single night here. And if there is a hyper carry that Dang can jump onto that he has performed well on in the past, then you remove it from the game.
And that shit. Yeah.
And we've got the Lulu here as well being picked up. So the Lulu and the Caitlyn, we've seen Pistachio's favorite here hasn't been the Lulu. So Whittle McGriddle certainly fitting
up some pain here for the other team.
The Yordle selection, which I know you're a fan of, and the Elise picked up by Dog Impersonator.
Who is the mysterious Dog Impersonator? Who could they be?
It looks like we got him, even though his tag is E-Girl.
I mean, you can be both.
And he is, that's his name, unless it was a change from our previous roster, which I'm not sure. Like I said, I do think Dang's actually is now, based on what we were saying, and Not Luckman is in fact Not Luckman.
Yeah.
Based on, what we're seeing in our custom game pre-setup.
I honestly think that all of our players should just vaguely change their names just enough so that we're not sure who they are. It makes it less traumatic for us.
It is. For all we know, Not Luckman is actually Luckman's brother, and they just have similar accounts.
Or sister.
We're just guessing. Oh, well, it says. Wait, doesn't it says? Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't know. We couldn't possibly. The sky's the limit here. We do have a Senna ban from Dopamini. Remember Dopamini on the Senna mid last week? That was absolutely nuts. That was what can't Dopamini do? What can't literally nothing. Dopamini's so good.
And we were so surprised. I asked you the question, what do you think could be the one thing to hinder this? Because I was saying the composition was insane. I mean, it was almost a match for the team. And it's true. Well, we weren't saying, it will go poorly, but we said, if this does not go well for Dopamini, then maybe that is the chink in the armor that Sailor Scouts need to find so that they can break through. And it definitely did not work for them, as the Senna popped off so hard. And there was so much pressure the entire game towards the mid side. I know it was one of the shorter games that we had seen across the board. I think it was around 24 minutes, so as short as the game that we just saw a little bit ago between Gamer Snails and Ara there. Yes, insane. There is the respect. And the last one to round it out, I'm so proud of you guys. I'm so proud. Is the Mordekaiser.
So why they like us. They listen to us and they respect us as their parents, as the moms of this tournament.
There it is, the Ari being picked up there for Pan. We know it works very, very well. The Orianna was actually banned away, and the Ornn, who is a spectacular, consistent top laner, and we've seen Prothean do well on that one before. I love this matchup, though, between Prothean and Dang, because they are both incredibly competent and very, very good on those hyper carry champions. And Dopamini, we forgot about the Cass. We absolutely forgot about the Cassiopeia. We've seen it on, in particular, Solari's Revenge brought it out one or two times. and it was Obscene. And the final pickup here is actually going to be the set.
Ooh, I like a set. We have seen Dang on set. In fact, kind of favored that a little bit in week 5. I think was when we saw a lot of Dang on set. Am I right here? I can't remember actually.
Let me take a look.
Yeah, let's take a look at our sheets here. Really excited though. I think that set really has come into his own in terms of gameplay. Oh, okay, never mind. Who was I seeing on set last week?
We did see the set, but I thought it might have been. It was okay. We saw the set come out a couple of times, like Zirion.
Oh, Zirion.
No, we saw Dang. No. We see week 6. We did see it once. So literally last week.
Oh, nice.
And the Shen has been the final pickup here for Prothean. So this is going to be a fun one for these two to duke out on the top side. These are such aggressive teams. My goodness. I really like both of these compositions, especially the double Shen. But I do have, based on the burstiness, the late game utility, I would probably favor the composition of Limit Testers just slightly. But Sailor Scouts absolutely have the ability to deal a ton of damage as well. And if they can play some fancy footwork to try to avoid a lot of the damage from some of these Limit Testers players, then they can certainly outplay these guys. We're looking for a good one here.
I thought maybe I was in the same boat, but I'm feeling pretty equal here. I was looking at the combination of Dang and Luckman with the set and the Graves, the ability to peel with that combination for, Caitlyn or Cassie, whoever's the more successful damage dealer, but they also have the potential. Graves has a massive damage threshold, so does Set. So, regardless of how this game goes, they can build one way or the other. They can build to peel, they can build to damage. Those are really good picks, but there's also, Blitzcrank has an incredibly good peel, and it has a lot of movement speed, has the ability to really take off here. I do think that the win condition for Sailor Scouts does hinge on Pan and Lilac Soul scaling appropriately. So that's something that I think needs to happen. I think you're right, actually. Now that I'm following your same train of thought here, Limit Testers has more potential for every champ, aside from Lulu, who's there to support, obviously, every champ on this roster can carry on the Limit Tester side. Not so much for the Sailor Scouts, but even still, okay, so it's still a potential possibility. It's just less so. It's just less possibility.
That's why I'm saying if the fancy footwork comes through to where they can avoid a lot of the heavy damage from Limit Testers, Sailor Scouts certainly have the ability to take over and outplay Limit Testers. Absolutely. And the Elise, too, is another one that is, maybe this is just a personal opinion, I find, risky as a first time if this is a new player, if this is a sub in the jungle here for the Sailor Scouts, to just emerge with an Elise that's very confident playstyle. She's certainly a higher skill cap in terms of being able to utilize the recall well and at the right time. But she deals an immense amount of damage, and she's pretty freaking cool. So I like seeing it. It offers a lot to this team composition in the overall. There's a lot of crazy engage from this team. But if that does not go well in the jungle, Not Luckman will absolutely overtake that.
Yeah, I think just based on what we know about player ELOs as well, Dog Impersonator is somebody to watch. And in the hands of somebody relatively skilled, Elise can be terrifying and can carry. And so I think that one thing to think about here is making sure that they know where Dog Impersonator is at all times, and making sure that they shut them down at every possible potential instance. I think that if you lock down Dog Impersonator, the rest of the team will follow in terms of tilt. So that's one thing to consider as well. This new player, Dog Impersonator, the comp is built around the Elise being successful, or Lilac Soul being successful, or Pam being successful. So I really think that they're banking on one player carrying, and I think that one player is actually Dog Impersonator. I think that's the point of the Shen, and having that especially good mobility. But listen, you don't know how the game's going to go. Lilac Soul could carry them through this. We've never seen Lilac Soul on anything but Ash and Jinx, so maybe we'll see some incredible gameplay. But, I mean, you and I both know Dog Impersonator is much higher up there on the ELO scale, and probably needs to be dealt with accordingly.
Yeah, that's another thing, and that's also kind of what I mean with if it's a confident pick going in with that, usually a good sign. Either someone's a little too big for their britches, or it's because it carries weight, because they are going in real or recognizing I will have the advantage if I play a champion that I'm very good at. I'm assuming Annalise is one of their primary champions, because we only saw 1 or 2, I think, if that, jungle locks, as they were some of the earlier ones that were picked. Luckman picking Graves' first pick.
Yeah.
So yeah, it carries a lot of weight with it, I think, in this instance. And their Sailor Scouts laying down a nice deep ward as Limit Testers end up kind of renegotiating their placement to start here. So that is always lovely to have in terms of topside or midside deep games.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to know, I think that they're already kind of taking a page out of the book that we already said here, is that they really want to keep track of Dog Impersonator there, and they're doing a great job of not doing that. Luckman, now they know where he is, they know where he started, and they know where he's going. So, I mean, a little bit concerning, but they are going to get vision here on Dog Impersonator. So, I mean, not for exercise in futility. Feeling pretty good about that now. Solid deep wards from both teams. I think Jolly, we can safely say this is probably going to be a very exciting jungle game, considering how both teams prioritize those deep wards.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Dog Impersonator emerging into this one against Not Luckman, who we have so much faith in to be successful, because we've seen so much of it here in the past. Dang, taking a nice chunk of damage there and dealing nothing in response really to Prothean. And Prothean is just being insanely aggressive here in this top lane. Again, this is the part I was probably most excited about, seeing Dane go up against Prothean because of how well those champions have done in the past. Nice little polymorph there onto Lilac Soul. So every lane, this game is already turning out to be spectacular. So much damage in less than 3 minutes across the board to everyone. Pops used. Get him out of here. I want to see you guys fight to the death.
I mean, things are tense. I mean, game 4 last week was Limit Testers against Sailor Scouts, and it sounds like Sailor Scouts are looking for a redemption game. They did a really good job. They just fell apart at the late game there. And Limit Testers won. Ooh!
Nope, Mini is being jumped on here. The pots are popped, but the flash and ignite does come out there from Pan at the end. Dopamine actually using her own ignite on that one, and not picking up a kill, unfortunately, for Limit Testers.
Can I just say, Pots of Popped, I'm really proud of you for
executing. Yeah, I say that more often. I catch myself because I say that far more often than I would like to.
Yeah, but the flawless diction, my friend. That was very well executed. And, like I said, Dog Impersonator. You're right. They literally pay us to talk like people. So
yeah, right. Which, hey, we're slightly getting there. We've done a bit of filling tonight, all right? It's getting a little silly. I'll bring it back in. Dang Meow now is going to be jumped on by 2 members here. Dog Impersonator very, very deep on the back line and taking tower aggro, but the recall comes at the perfect time as Dang ends up going down. The second death going over to Limit Testers.
Oh, Dog Impersonator, that was an absolutely disgusting, very confident play on Dog Impersonator's part. That's just kind of the danger of this particular player that we already kind of came to expect. Fried Chicken grabbing a consolation minion there, trying to get that pull in. We saw you. We see you. We understand you're ambitious. Just slow your roll here. There will be plenty of time for plenty of pulls here in all of these lanes. But meanwhile, we do have some pings actually going towards Luckman, which I'm a little concerned. But I'll try to keep that to myself as far as personal concern for my favorite players goes. I really think that Luckman, given some time, especially having not been involved in any of these skirmishes, will be able to get ahead. Hasn't been camped, hasn't been farmed, still has a very confident game ahead of them. So, I mean, at least Luckman's mental is probably doing all right here, despite the early terrifying ganks of Dog Impersonator. I'm kind of reminiscing in that top gank there. I mean, did you feel that? I felt like that was extremely clean.
Oh, it was incredibly clean. And the timing on getting that recall as well from Dog Impersonator, really waiting to the last possible moment, saying, I am going to take this kill. This will be my second kill of the game at just over 4 minutes in. That's where it hit for 2 kills already in 2 separate lanes there from this newcomer Elise Dog Impersonator. So absolutely spectacular. So, like you said, so confident, so aggressive, going along the backside and actually jumping onto Dang really right at the center of the tower. It was not far to one to end because that recall diameter on the recall is quite wide. So it is a relatively large area, but really getting the timing on it is perfect because Dang was also dealing damage, not just the tower, and that was tower aggro from the start. So I'm very, very impressed. Already 2 kills going over to that new player.
Yeah, and I think that this particular jungle, they're not giving the kills away because they know that the game hinges on them carrying. So going forward, hopefully Limit Testers prioritizes keeping track of that champ. We did see it on bot just now. They were attempting to execute a gank in bot, and Pistachio caught them red-handed. It was like, gotcha in the river, but unfortunately Dang is not as fortunate in that situation.
A showstopper actually coming out on a Dog Impersonator from Dang. A lot of damage being dealt from the Haymaker there, and Luckman, not Luckman, is here to assist in the top side, and there it is, a shutdown onto Dog Impersonator. Now Prothean is going to be the next target here as 2 members of Limit Testers are hot on his heels. One more shot would do it, and there it is. Not Luckman going to throw the ultimate out to get the final pick up there onto onto Prothean.
Meanwhile,
the flash expended.
Yeah, that was pretty good stuff. Meanwhile, Pistachio did suffer a little bit of a fatal blow in bot lane, but we do have Limit Testers proving that they do know who to prioritize and when to do it. They're starting to keep track of Dog Impersonator, starting to hope to shut that down. Really impressed with Dang's performance. They're just staying and trusting that Luckman will show up. So let's get a replay of what happened in bot lane there. We have Lilac Soul aggressively just targeting Pistachio and then gets the crit off and takes them out. We do have Fried Chicken ×9 and Pan, all 3 of them just trying to get the edge on Ryoklu there, but does manage to get out safely there. Not a bad situation.
Oh, Dang has been jumped on again by Dog Impersonator. There's not a lot that can be done there as the Haymaker is dodged with the recall from that. Elise and Prothean is going to take the final auto attack to pick up the kill that one.
Big bummer, a frustrated ping coming out from Dang's side as well, if you saw that on there. Just, oh man, I got a little too confident there. There's no wards. And Dog Impersonator came straight for me for a little bit of revenge. Even though Luckman wasn't there for Dang at the time, that did allow them to get this Mountain Drake while Dog Impersonator was occupied in top lane. And, you know, it's not all about kills. These objectives are extremely important, and they help the entire team, as opposed to potentially just one player gathering that gold. They get the benefits of that dragon.
Yeah.
So, and, you know, I think that Limit Tester shows a lot of heart. Yeah, oh, absolutely.
He's got the blue pickup right there as well.
Look at that! A nice little swing by. They are.
Yeah, there's no vision, unfortunately, on Shelly at the moment for Limit Testers, but Sailor Scouts, you are on their side. It is very fortunate they just picked Shelly up in response to losing the first dragon of the game. A small gold lead in favor. A little bit of a CS lag here in the mid side for the Sailor Scouts, as we can see Pan is struggling with that just a little bit, behind over 20 now at this point. Yeah, and really the benefit going over to all of Limit Testers aside from the top lane with Prothean. And the bottom side with Lilac Soul right there.
Oof, just absolutely aggressively making sure that Ryoklu cannot farm very well. And I mean, the damage threshold on Lilac Soul and Fried Chicken's comp with the Blitzcrank and the Misfortune, they do have a much stronger start anyway, and you do have to run away from those pulls. They're terrifying. Yep. They're not great. One pull, especially that early on, with the damage and crit threshold for Misfortune, you're dead. So, I mean, you have to make sure that you don't get pulled, especially in those first 6, 7, 10 levels. Or ever. Let's be honest. Right. You don't ever want to get pulled.
And the Morgana, actually, Limit Testers banned out as their first ban, not knowing that it could have potentially saved them from having to go up against the Blitzcrank, or at least having an option, because while the Polymorph is nice to have against the Blitzcrank in particular, it doesn't help because that, unless you happen to just dodge every single grab, because the grab does have a considerably longer range than the Polymorph does on Lulu.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing you can hope for is that they accidentally grab your Lulu, she gets stunned and happens to live through that.
Or the Wild Growth in response.
Oh, yeah, Wild Growth is great. I think it's a great response to that. It's just, you know what? You just don't ever want your ADC to get grabbed there. Let's just say Pistachio takes one for the team in that situation. But the farm disparity is actually not too bad. I think that the jungle issue here is just that Dog Impersonator has been very, very busy. There's other ways to get gold. Those 2 kills are definitely one way to do it. And while Luckman is just gathering resources, I think that's a really solid idea to just kind of focus on those lanes, especially when there's not a lot of action. But it does look like we do have Dog Impersonator here, looking and hoping to get a little bit of action going. It's
Vision Ward. right there in that bush, though. I'm not sure if
Nope.
Sailor Scouts are aware of that. Dog Impersonator, I think, is maybe just barely out of range. Maybe not, probably not now, though. No, they definitely are aware now. So a fantastic, usually that's a pretty defensive ward, but I guess when you have so much pressure from these guys as they have had, it's worthwhile. So Dog Impersonator potentially wasting a little bit of time there as they're still sitting in a bush with a vision ward on it.
Yeah, a little bit of a time waster. Maybe he was trying to recall, hoping that they were catching the tail end of a ward, realizing now that Pistachio and Ryoklu's reluctance to push forward and the fact that they froze the lane there is a pretty clear indicator that there is a ward in that bush. Oh, Fried Chicken does get the pull there on Pistachio, but it's not quite enough. Oh, but the ult comes out and then it is interrupted and stunned. Oh my god! That turned around so fast! So fast on Lilac Soul. That was a mad unfortunate interrupt.
The heal was burned. What an interrupt. If I'm not mistaken, it was the polymorph from Pistachio, and then immediately followed up with the exhaust, and then Ryoklu was able to re-engage on that, but Pistachio barely staying alive by at the perfect time using that Wild Growth to disengage. In the meantime, Prothean is going to be flashing away, but you can't escape from that poof dang meow on the set. Graves, as Not Luckman, is going to pick up that kill, though, and sit at 2-0-1.
Meanwhile, Dog Impersonator exercising some very Suns do-like patience. Yeah, waiting for under that turret. That's disgusting.
That was very rude, very rude. And minions had been pushed there by Pan. Pan was preparing for that one so that they can pick up some plates here, and they are going to get the first tower of the game, it appears, because Shelly is being called into the mid lane by Dog Impersonator.
Very, very seriously well thought out picks here. The shedding the tower aggro is absolutely essential for Elise's ability to execute those under tower ganks so well and manage to live as well. So it looks like Luckman is going to have to put some resources here towards the mid lane, but they did manage to take a tower in retaliation on top, so that is a solid retaliation. But Dog Impersonator, I don't know, doesn't look too good, but Stand Together does come out with Prothean to no avail. Unfortunately, Dog Impersonator is likely to get targeted a lot in these team fights.
I did think, though, it looked like Dog Impersonator could have recalled over on the other side where the Raptors were. So I'm a little bit confused by the dropping right in the center among two champions at that right there.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that was maybe a misclick or something like that, or maybe I'm wrong in that it would have been a potential recall there, but it looks like the ultimate's going to have to be used by Fried Chicken in the flash out, but Ryoklu's going to find an ace in the hole and get another kill, as well as that main summoner spell out from the Sailor Scouts, and that is going to start to increase their gold lead as they turn to this Infernal Dragon. Sailor Scouts are not going to be able to do anything about that.
Yeah, Sailor Scouts knows exactly who they are playing against right now. It's a question of whether or not, the Limit Testers know exactly who they're playing against right now. Dog Impersonator comes in, tries to get away there, but we do have Lilac Soul coming in with the ult, and it doesn't get interrupted this time, but everybody's getting zoned into different sides here. As you can see, the team fight there's no concentration at all. Fried Chicken is also absent, and zoning that back line there, zoning Lilac Soul is essential to making sure that they
We just watched Ryoklu intentionally take 2 tower shots just to pick up that kill right there onto Lilac Soul. Like, nah, you are not escaping here with your life. It was a fantastic ultimate, though, from Lilac Soul, I will say that. The channel interrupted, was responded to, but the Ignite came out there from Fried Chicken, and they are going to pick up the kill on Graves. That was rude. Oh, the flash and the charm there from Pan onto Ryoklu, who's forced to flash out. Dang Meow is going to flash over the wall and jump to the other side to focus onto Pan. It does manage to slay a few of those members together. Pan almost in the single digits, surviving just barely, in a clean ace from Sailor Scouts onto the Limit Testers. What is going on?
Patience, discipline, it pays off to stay there in that bush and then clean up when they think that they've managed to scare you away. The rest of your team, especially this early in the game, those respawns are a boon. And especially when you've got a Shen there with an ult up, ready to go. Not an ult. You've got a teleport and an ult up. It's pretty scary, and you want to kind of hit tail and run as quickly as possible, but Limit Testers was not aware of Sailor Scouts' plans. So that was, I think, some very serious finesse on the part of the Sailor Scouts by sticking around just to clean up. Because Limit Testers definitely had the advantage and didn't quite put up enough vision, didn't quite put up enough awareness to know that Sailor Scouts would retaliate so quickly.
Fried Chicken was the one who initiated that engagement, and the rest of the team, you could kind of tell they were like, all right, you can go for the one, but we're not sure exactly how it's going to work out.
Yeah.
I think Fried Chicken realized, hey, I've got my tower down here. I have vision on the other two recalling. The other two immediately stopped their recall from that bottom side to try to help, but there was nothing that could be done at that point because Fried Chicken had initiated 2 tower shots onto Not Luckman. So it was the placement also possibly. Oh, the show stopper coming out there from Dang, knowing that Not Luckman is in the wings. The pull-in as well. The ultimate coming out from Not Luckman as well. Pan very, very low. Not Luckman kind of doing a little bit of a dance there as Pan floated about, but they were able to pick up the kill, and Limit Testers has a bit of a retaliation, taking out 2 for 1.
A little bit of hubris there on the part of Sailor Scouts. You definitely have to have that vision and set up for that situation. But they didn't, to their own detriment, and it looks like it was picked up. So, really, really solid, honestly, on the part of Limit Testers. Definitely taking advantage of a little bit of a lull here. The ebb and flow in this game has been really, really good and consistent. One team kind of makes a mistake, the other side makes a mistake. This is a deeply psychological game. You can kind of tell that these teams fall into a little bit of comfort, make a huge mistake, and get punished for it. But they're playing against formidable foes. The skill level here is very evenly matched, which leads to some very good, fun plays. And like I said, an ebb and flow, a bit of a boomerang. We do have Shelly coming out in the mid here, but Sailor Scouts has it on lockdown, despite losing that turret. And then, we get the pull there.
Broken response as well. The ultimate coming down from the Misfortune. The exhaust onto Not Luckman. Fried Chicken is the next target here. Not Luckman's going to pick that one up, and the charm going on to Dang on the backside with the Ari. Prothean is going to be the target of 4 members here, though, of Limit Testers, while towards that top side, Dang managed to find out Prothean. Pan is the only member left alive on Sailor Scouts, and oh my god, every member of Limit Testers got so low, but they knew exactly how much damage they were capable of doing in that fight.
That was so beautiful. The kiting that occurred there, the zoning, the fact that they all managed to prioritize Prothean and not let one of their own get picked off in an act of carelessness by focusing or chasing Pan. Very, very solid move on the spot of Limit Testers there. But Sailor Scouts, like we said, they're adaptable, they're scrappy. They're probably the team that has had the largest amount of growth. And I don't think that they're down for the count. I think that was a little bit of an error in judgment on the side of Prothean, but still lovely, lovely execution on the side of Limit Testers. Sailor Scouts, let's see what they have in store. Let's see what kind of retaliation they have planned. I don't think that they're down for the count. Like I said, Dog Impersonator seems to have a lot of patience, a lot of discipline, and also seems to be making a lot of the shots. The shot calling seems to be happening a lot from Dog Impersonator, who is a very experienced player, but we are having a bit of a vision war here over Dragon as well. What's the spawn time on that Dragon? I don't see that anywhere, but it's coming.
It is
there
rolling around, yeah, bringing around the Rosie to wind up here in the Dragon Pit. Limit Testers are in positioning priority, or positional priority, I suppose, on this one. Not Luckman finds the opportunity to deal a bit of damage to Prothean, and now 2 of these members here on the bottom side are picked out. They're going to attempt an engage as Fried Chicken flashes away, tries to immediately turn with the hook, doesn't manage. The stun coming over the wall from Dog Impersonator does hit on Not Luckman, but nothing comes of that as they are all completely separated. Now the Dragon will be engaged on. A lot of damage coming very, very quickly from Limit Testers. They do have a Mountain Dragon currently on board, and they are going to pick up the Dragon. The Showstopper coming on the backside from it. Dang. Slam together the ultimate. Now coming from Misfortune here. Dang getting incredibly low, but getting the wild growth there from the Lulu to stay alive. Prothean, the final target, and a double kill. Going over to Ryoklu and a flash in as well to follow that one up as Lilaxol will be the next target. Dog Impersonator on the other side trying to stay alive. They are both going to make it out of this one. And Ryoklu actually going to net just right across. I'll take 2 tower shots for that one for the potential opportunity to take down 2 more members. But it does look like the Sailor Scouts are going to remain safe on this one. Head back towards base. Actually, this Elise might attempt for the blue here. Maybe not the best decision as Luckman is going to recognize somebody is there. A lot of damage coming from Dog Impersonator, but not enough to take down Not Luckman. 4 members down from Sailor Scouts and none from the Limit Testers.
Wow, a whole lot of lessons to be learned here, especially the ones about, like I said, deeply psychological game. It does seem like Dog Impersonator is having some frustration in terms of controlling this map. They have very, very quickly lost control of objectives. Limit Testers has all 3 dragons, whereas Dogman's team on Sailor Scouts here, they don't have any, and they've managed to get one Rift Herald, and that is it as far as resources go. Limit Testers is also ahead in terms of towers. I can see why Dog Impersonator died there at that blue. That's just the power of the tilt, the frustration that you experience. You're not thinking clearly. Maybe you're ranting at your teammates or something. I don't think that the Sailor Scouts necessarily have that sort of attitude, but you just never know. Really, really solid part. It's hard to watch Sailor Scouts fall from grace like this, especially when they've had such a good performance all the way up until week 6, where they lost to Limit Testers last time as well, and maybe a roster change was not the ideal thing that they needed from this situation. But there are some very risky plays being had here. Pistachio just barely dodging that pull. Fried Chicken really wants those pulls.
And you're right, actually, about, Dog Impersonator staying there. Well, I was going to say both of them are making the smart move and recalling, and Lilac Soul did recall towards that bottom side, but Dog Impersonator was like, I can take this blue buff because Not Luck Man is low enough that I can fight him off, not realizing, as we can see Lilac Soul sitting at 1-3-1, saying, okay, I'm far behind. If I do get caught out, if somebody does try to chase this, I will lose my life. And Dog Impersonator, who was 7-4-3, still doing by far the best on the team, saying, hey, I'm going to be okay. Maybe I'll take one with me, and then I can just recall up and away and out of their grasp or their reach here. And now I think Dog Impersonator's at the point where it's like, okay, not the case. Clearly, Luckman's doing way too much damage that it wasn't even required for him to use the dash and the reload there on the engage. Really, it was just a Q and a W and a couple auto attacks. And now I think Sailor Scouts are going to recognize that and have a little bit more of a secure play style. The Baron gonna go over, and the showstopper to bring Fried Chicken into the rest of the team. A great ultimate from Lilac Soul, but not quite enough damage, and the members that she wanted to hit. So Sailor Scouts making a smart move here now, just gonna try to back off and take a look at their lane, see what they can get in terms of a little bit of stability or pushback on these creeps that will now be coming up Baron empowered.
Baron's going to make it really hard for them to lick their wounds and do that classic turtle. It's just the sheer amount of damage that can come out of these minions is usually underestimated. With Baron buff, it just becomes extremely difficult, especially because the minions are out of most of the champs' range to even get cleared. I mean, you see that cannon minion there, still alive, still at full health, and in order to take that out, you have to be prone. So it's definitely not an ideal situation for the Sailor Scouts here, having that Baron buff, having all that extra regen. I mean, honestly, Limit Testers can just stay here and run around in circles and end up back in full health in in a matter of minutes, so seconds rather. Not great for Sailor Scouts. A super unfortunate turn of events as well. They had such implicit map control. Fried Chicken here endeavoring to try to get a good pull as well from Dopamini, but Dopamini does have the damage behind it at 2, 3, and 9. Not bad. Ooh, but does get caught out and slain by Pistachio. Unfortunately picks that one up. Dopamini is the next target here for this roaming cavalry here of Sailor Scouts. They definitely need to get these picks. This is really an important part because they are not able to team fight. Those 2 picks are a great boon to Sailor Scouts. A really great retaliation, but Not Luckman is very quickly closing in on them. Have they overstepped? Have they gone too far? What do you think, Jolly?
I mean, at this point, absolutely. Dang now, might be the third member to go down with the Baron buff. Oh no, there we go. The ult from Not Luckman is going to take one down, but the positioning, maybe they were pushed a little too far, but they have to also consider that it was the Lulu at first and Dopamini, and the Pistachio went down to begin at that one. That was immediately lost the Baron buff onto your support, and then Dopamini walking kind of up towards the other side. The ultimate came out really, really early to try to prevent the Ahri from getting anything, but not actually going down towards her side of the map, still just walking up the river, kind of in anticipation that I'll be able to kind of fight this off or kite this back.
Yeah, definitely. The ebb and flow is still really, really interesting to watch, especially because, Sailor Scouts are trying to get everything that they can and not give too much, and still end up evening the score and giving away those 2 kills. So not ideal, especially with the Baron buff. You want to try to maybe get those kills as opposed to giving them, huh?
Yeah.
Not a super great situation. But Fried Chicken, I really enjoy the aggression and ambition of Fried Chicken here, especially a newer player to the team for Sailor Scouts. I do think that they have done a fantastic job of keeping it together, leading and engaging. Aggression is one of the harder things to get a hold of on teams, especially because you need to rely on and trust your team to follow up your aggression with something. And I think that Fried Chicken has done a really good job of making sure that everybody knows when they're ready to make those engages. So, I mean, a credit to that, especially a newer player coming in there. it doesn't seem like Dog Impersonator is down for the count, just really gathering those resources and looking to come back into the fray when they are ready, but they do need to catch up. I mean, look at Luckman's farm, 244 to Dog Impersonator's 103, and 11,
really
1 and 7 with
rough.
a 700 gold bounty. Dog Impersonator has an insurmountable other in terms of jungle to overcome here. So it's going to be a really rough climb. There is the possibility this game could go on for another 25 minutes, but it stands to reason that I don't think Dog Impersonator is tilted beyond the point of recognition. So I think that we've probably got something pretty crazy here. Luckman, though, Lilaxel getting caught out by Luckman, and also falls there under tower. Luckman doing a little bit of fancy footwork here, hoping to get another kill on Pan, but gets pushed off by Dog Impersonator. Pan does manage to make it out just by the skin of their teeth, and Dog Impersonator as well getting driven out there. So, I mean, yes, that happened under tower, but that's kind of starting to highlight the disparity between the teams and the level of resources that Limit Testers has versus Sailor Scouts. Being able to pull fancy moves like that is a credit to the number of items that they have, the amount of farm. I really think that Not Luckman is going to be the insurmountable. There's no safety under the tower. You can see it right there. Dog Impersonator, Dog Impersonator does manage to take up Dang Meow, but still gets slain by Not Luckman, as kind of predicted. Fried Chicken does manage to pop up Not Luckman as well, and then you have Lilaxel coming in with the ult. It's still looking bad for Sailor Scouts. Great coordination. They did everything right. As far as I could see, the only other right play is to not fight at all and just give up that inhibitor, but what can you do? Just stand in the back and wait for them to come to your 2 inhibitor turrets? Maybe, honestly. Maybe that was the play.
The poke is so much more severe from Limit Testers, and even if somebody does get very low, they have a set, they've got 2 Death Stance, which is classic for these 2 in particular, Dang and Not Luckman, on really whatever they decide to play. A Death Stance is very viable. So they have the lifesteal opportunity, and then they have the Wild Growth coming from Pistachio every, it seems, 25 seconds maybe. And I mean, we just saw Pistachio decide, I'll just use it right here so that I can survive. Oh, a great pull in, though, from Fried Chicken. The ultimate to follow. The ultimate in response from Dopamini, but down Dopamini goes. The Sailor Scouts, thanks to Fried Chicken, managed to find 1 more kill for their belts.
Yeah, like I said, Fried Chicken, I'm a really big fan of this player, the way that they have played so far. Despite overwhelming odds, has been really admirable. I love a good support, and I think that they don't get enough credit. So credit to you, Fried Chicken. I think that you're doing the best that you can in the circumstances that you have inherited. There's some pings happening here towards the jungle. I'm a little bit... Oh, that's actually coming from Limit Tester. So they are aware of Sailor Scouts cleaning up the jungle and cleaning out their vision so that they can have a little more map control. And Sailor Scouts, that's the best that they can do, honestly. I think that you and I both would say with relative confidence that cleaning out your jungle when you know that Limit Testers is resetting is going to be essential to being even remotely successful.
And staying nice and safe together is the main thing, because so many times we'll see some people, we noticed the bottom side wasn't touched at all. There we go, Dog Impersonator taking down Pistachio, walked a little too far out, and that's the thing. 3 members right there together. There were 4 of them a lot closer, but nobody went down to the bottom side because that's too far split. You have to stay at least 3-4 members really close together, and the one that's not either is in base pushing back minions or trying to clear out a little bit of vision farther back on the same side that everyone's on. So really, Sailor Scouts doing a great job of that. Now Fried Chicken finding all of these fantastic pulls that might have been hit minions a little bit earlier on. Not Luckman is potentially going to be engaged. The stun into the charm, and then the ultimate coming out from the Misfortune with so much damage on the backside. Dog Impersonator having a recall on the backside. Shutdown going over to Lilaxel as the heal is also popped. Dopamini now fighting off 4 members here of Limit Testers. The charm from Ari not going to hit, and Dopamini realizing we need to back out of this one.
I honestly think that Sailor Scouts are now seeing a viable potential comeback, and I think that's why the game is paused right now. I do think that Sailor Scouts are going to take a minute. I think they're going to need to talk about the next steps that need to happen, because it is very apparent that there is a crack in Limit Testers' armor. They're excited to win, and they are eager to win, and I'm pretty sure that Sailor Scouts knows that. I think that there is some hope of a comeback here. I think we might see our actual very first comeback this week. I'm not saying that I am leaning towards one way or the other, but I do believe that's probably why we're waiting now, is because Sailor Scouts are coming up with a plan to recover.
Yeah, that hopefully nobody's having any issues. I always hate when people have any sort
Oof.
of network issues. Obviously, you have experienced that many times. So
Yeah. Oh my
it's
God.
never fun when something like that happens. But I think Sailor Scouts do absolutely have the opportunity to come back here. They have more than a good chance. This has been a team that has grown a lot, and the introduction of Dog Impersonator seems to be really, really helpful for them. It's very much going in their favor. Dog Impersonator easily recognizing then where the limits were, and I think that was a big point for them. When Dog Impersonator did die at that blue after they had lost the fight, I think Dog Impersonator, because before they were so ahead early on in the game, so very far ahead, having the first 2 kills of the game and, I mean, invading everywhere, I do think that CS was a big point to touch on because something to keep in mind is, for instance, the game that we just saw with Gamer Snails and Aura Aura, while that Zac was everywhere, and it was Krakadon, while Krakadon was absolutely everywhere, invading every single lane, consistently at least 20 CS ahead of the enemy. And as an Elise, you have the ability to stay maintained. And so maybe it was just a little too much presence outside of the jungle, maybe just too much in the lanes. You know, once you feed over a couple of kills or get a little bit of pressure in some lanes, that's when you have your opportunity to head back in. And it seemed like Dog Impersonator has kind of been pushing for team kills from the very start and not able now at this point at all, at 290 to 118, not able to come back from this.
Yeah, the disparity there. That always seems to happen though with Graves, is that he snowballs out of control. And that seems to have happened with Not Luckman. 15, 1, and 9. Have you ever seen anything so ridiculous before? Like, it's honestly, I'm a little concerned for Sailor Scouts right now. Not Luckman, absolutely just an absolute titan, but we do have Jolly, wow, holy crap.
That was a fantastic pull from Fried Chicken. Now 3 members there on the top side are going to be focusing down. Dang, a double kill though going to the Luckman because 2 squishy members of Sailor Scouts had remained on the backside. Now Dog Impersonator and Prothean are the only members left alive. Neither of them has a flash available. Prothean going to hit with an ignite there from Dopamini after the flash came out. A double kill going over to that Cassiopeia. One of the cleanest aces we've seen. And at this point, there is no point in doing anything other than pushing for the win at the Nexus. To be honest, they don't need the Dragon right now. They better not go for Baron, otherwise I will go and personally fight these guys. They can push for the win. They are already at the Nexus. At the moment we see Pinks coming out, they're like, why aren't we just doing this, guys? The Elder Dragon is going to be taken, though. And in fact, Cassiopeia is actually going to continue to push this bottom side. And they are going to delay the end of the game. That is absolutely, without a doubt, delaying of the end of the game. That was GG for Limit Testers.
Wow.
That was absolutely GG for Limit Testers, and they decided to keep the game going.
Hey,
I don't know if that's BM, to be honest, because at that point, you know, if you're gonna win, you're gonna win. Like, yeah, while Sailor Scouts are doing well, you don't want to give them the chance so that you potentially lose as a team.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, either they're so confident and now trolling, or there's no way they didn't know that was the end. And now Sailor Scouts find one out. That was a 1-for-1 Dopamine for Dog Impersonator there. Pan gonna have to dash over the wall. Dang. Taking quite a bit of damage, but the Baron buff is now on Limit Testers at the moment. Dang, still taking quite a bit. The Wild Growth gonna throw onto the Pistachio, taking out Fried Chicken. A flash back from Prothean onto Dang in the back line. The Charm and the Q hitting Ryoklu, and Prothean going down again. So, like, yeah, if that was just to pad some stats, you know, that's some major BM going through here. Now Ryoklu, not Luckman, is going to find double kill on that one. That, you know, I don't, not cool.
Listen, I'm disappointed in my children.
Not cool.
They're allowed to make their mistakes, and I'm allowed to be disappointed. Okay?
Right. Yeah, it's true.
Really?
They should have known that.
Yeah, I should have known better. That was rough. Don't have a lot to say. Whoever the evil version of Luckman is, don't come back next week. But that was something else. That was rough to watch. You're allowed to have a little bit of fun, to be sure, but Sailor Scouts being a bit demoralized. I would say,
especially that double kill too at the end there. Yep, not like man. That's that. I guess that's what that was specifically pointing at. Was the willingness to potentially take some fountain damage. Not like man wasn't even close. Actually, it was the Caitlyn that was in the potential line of fire there, but. Very aggressively deciding to take that, I suppose, by picking up first an Elder Dragon, then a Baron, and saying, now come fight me. Limit Testers moving on in the first semifinals game of the night, so they are going to move on to fight the next winner of the third game tonight that we will be seeing, game number 2 of the semifinals. They'll be moving on to the finals then. So, unfortunately for us today, we have seen both Ara and now Sailor Scouts get knocked out of the ring. We have at least 2 more weeks of this, though, just for the regular season, if you will. And then we have the final tournaments coming up for the top 4 teams with, what was it, $12,500 in cash being distributed through these tournaments here. So very exciting potentially for some of these teams. I do believe that we are going to take a quick break. After that was a lot of yelling. I think I'll need some tea before this next one. So we're going to take a really quick break while we head into game number 2 of the semifinals, game number 3 of tonight, which is week 7 of the Supergirl Gamer Pro Tournament Series. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Brief. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
No one knows where it comes from. Why some have it and some don't. It's the fighting spirit. It consumes fear and weakness. It stands ready to fight whatever shape the battle takes. Because as long as there are battles, there will always be Marines.
You can trade all the games, accessories, consoles, and tech you don't use anymore to get cash or store credit at GameStop. Check out the Trade Center on the GameStop app, visit GameStop.com/trade, or talk to a guest advisor at your local GameStop store to see how much your trades are worth.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
Whew, all right, I'm back.
Yeah, just in time. Good timing, Jolly. Really proud of you.
Thank you. I made it. And speaking of people who have made it, the Gamer Snails have made it into the semifinals, and we just witnessed Limit Testers really, really pushing the limits with Sailor Scouts and making it into the final. So that means that we are heading into, if I'm not mistaken, it should be Gamer Snails against Your Nightmares. I'm pretty sure we can pull up the bracket here in a moment. Yes, I
would
was right.
love to see that. Oh man, I'm so excited about this. Listen, returning champion, Alpha Male Jungler. I asked production to make a montage of Alpha Male Jungler, but they declined to do that because that would be player bias. But I'm really excited to see this. Your Nightmares versus Gamer Snails, I think, is going to be the return of our sweet player. Alpha Male Jungler. So I think this will be a really, really good game. The last one, listen, I am vaguely disappointed in the behavior limit testers. I can't help it. Just the lightest little BM. Shame on you. I do appreciate that Dopamine was doing the right thing in that situation.
It's true. Exactly. They were paying,
yeah.
and Dopamine could have just walked through the tower and hit the Nexus a couple times, but at least Dopamine was like, okay, we moved to the base, guys. We
it was like pinging too,
and we're on the Nexus. But 4 decide to go for the Elder Dragon. I always hold a little bit of malice towards the teams that do that, because again, it's either you're BMing, saying we're just going to go get more damage and pad our stats and pick up more kills, or they're, and I almost don't want to say it, because it's like, or they're thick enough that they don't think they can win the game. Like, it doesn't, it's not like the other team, it's not like, unless they're saying, oh, they might win it, we want to give them some leeway. But in a tournament where we just announced $12,500 is on the line for the division of the tournament here, you wouldn't do that, right? Like, somebody wouldn't do that and give the other team a potential edge. But I think they knew, the gold disparity was almost 10,000 at that point. And there was nothing that could be done. And there's no way somebody could not have said, we can end it now. So really just padding stats is my only. So limit testers, I like you guys, but that wasn't very cool.
Dopamine, you can stay. That is the kind of, like, it's funny. Listen, we're not your parents. This is a fun tournament. We've been having a really good time. I was literally just talking about how we really enjoy your personalities. That's the kind of move that could get you disqualified from the LCS. So I'm just saying, don't think about that too much. Good stuff. We still absolutely like the best team. Our Whittle McGriddle Pistachio remains a fan favorite, and our pick for president of the United States of America. So I think that at least we still have our beloved players, and we're gonna go right into Champ Select and move on from that trauma.
Excellent. Your Nightmares, it looks like, on the blue side, Gamer Snails on the red side. Things pretty much, exactly what we saw earlier tonight for Gamer Snails, but we got her back. We got her back. It's been 2 long weeks, 2 of the longest weeks of my life, where Your Nightmares has not really been in my nightmares, and I feel like it's because Alpha Male Jungler was not there, and I'm so happy she's back, because this is of all the junglers, because we just saw Krakedon obliterate Ara, and I mean, really MVP of that game, I have to say, absolutely. And Alpha Male Jungler might be the one that can contest just the sheer presence that Krakedon brought to the table.
And Alpha Male Jungler, the last time we saw her, she was actually sick. So she, wasn't performing at her top speed either. So, I mean, not only did we not get, the performance that we're used to from Alpha Male Jungler, but we also didn't get to see her for 2 weeks after that. So I don't know if that's a COVID thing. I haven't really heard anything about that. But super rough. I know 3 weeks is a long time to be out. But super glad to see this player back in our ranks, especially, I mean, this was one of the first time, 3 weeks. Well, I mean, they were there in 1 week, and then the last 2 weeks they took off. So I'm really excited to see her back in action. And Solaris Revenge, I mean, listen, I'm the president of a fan club for both of these players. So, I mean, I think this is going to be really fun. We do have some bans coming in already as well. The Kha'Zix ban on Krakedon. It seems that Your Nightmares does have Gamer Snail's number. They must have this character's Summoner GG. Otherwise, I can't imagine why you would blindly be banning anything otherwise. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So that's great, because Krakedon did prove that they have those. If they have those high mobility champions, those ones that can kind of just leap in, for Elise, for example, Kha'Zix, Zac. These are all champs that have a high mobility and a high surprise rate. So I think maybe we'll see a Kayn ban here, or maybe Krakedon will pick up a Kayn. It's anybody's game for the moment, but good bans on Galio. Solaris Revenge, looks like Solaris Revenge is probably leaning towards that Cassie again. I'd be surprised if that doesn't get banned, but banning Alpha Male Jungler's main, Vi, also a good call.
Absolutely, and Ame is one that we talked about a lot. Got the pentakill, if I'm not mistaken, on the Vayne, and has been very, very big with the Ashe as well. And that definitely seemed to even things out, I suppose, last game with the inclusion of that ban, because we have seen Ashe, I think, every single freaking game. And not as consistently banned just because there are a lot of really good options, but some of those crystalline arrows have been really, really huge in terms of the rest of the team landing their CC properly or being able to wombo combo onto things or even using it up as a follow-up. So they're going to end up going with Lulu ban to round up your nightmares. So consistency across the board. We got a mid support and a jungle ban. And then Gamer Snails have one more until they've got to pick a few. So we'll see exactly what they do.
If your Nightmares does go on from this game, they will be basically Limit Testers beat them last week, game 3, and moved on to the finals. So it was Limit Testers versus Sailor Scouts in the last round. So if we do get Limit Testers versus your Nightmares, that's a huge rivalry. But even then, I would love to see Gamer Snails, especially with this new edition of Krackodon, finally make it into the finals. I mean, I don't think they have been there before. I don't think they've made it. I think they have managed to get up in the ladder high enough to get enough points, but I don't think Gamer Snails has ever stood at the top there. Sort of like
they've certainly played in the semis, but I think you're right. They've been knocked out before the finals every time, but they've gotten to semis also almost every time.
Yeah, almost every. So I mean, they do have the points. They do have the clout. They have everything available to their arsenal. Of course, the Vayne ban. I think you and I probably. Maybe, hopefully they're not listening.
Right.
You definitely called that one.
Yep.
Solid ban for Ame there. Clorox on the Rocks and Ame, two of, like, my favorite couple. Just such a good, solid, just a good, solid duo there that manages to really, they're so scrappy, too. I mean, they definitely, they're jokey. We see Clorox on the Rocks all the time in Twitch chat hanging out, so I love good-natured players. Yeah, Ame on an Ashe.
There it is.
Just look at it.
Right? I definitely, we'd say we called that one because that Ashe is just so prominent. If she's not in the bans, she is one of the first pickups. She's almost never in phase 2 or round 2 of the picks. And I love to see it. Gosh, the Nami, while they can't have the Ashe for Lustfully, as we saw in the first game tonight, Gamer Snails versus RR, it was the Ashe and the Nami on Lustfully and Hanabi there, respectively. But that Nami from Hanabi is just so good and just spams out the spells really whenever there's a good opportunity to use them, and really on point with those bubbles. Like, I love good Nami players, and we seem to have a good set of really good Nami players here. Tonight, Hanabi has been at the top of that list.
Oh man, and you did such a good job that last game with Mercenails calling out Hanabi's really artful, well-placed ults. The bubbles. I mean, it's been really, really a delight. Especially, like, I loved watching Yuki Nagato on Yuumi is a really great player. I don't know if they're a sub or not, but having Hanabi back, Hanabi and Lustfully is just kind of a classic combo for us. And I'm really excited to see, especially because they have this, again, Lustfully displayed some very serious and very professional positioning in the last game on this Caitlyn. So I think that we're probably going to see very similar, very clean plays from the Mercenails here. I do think that Mercenails have a less strong late game from your Nightmares, so hopefully they've been scrimming, hopefully they've been studying, and hopefully their late game comes out to be really aggressive. I would love to see your Nightmares get a run for their money in terms of that, because as far as comps go, as far as points, statistics goes, your Nightmares do have more wins under their belt, but Mercenails, that last game was such a delight to watch. So I do like a Nocturne, and I do believe we have seen Alpha Male Jungler on that Nocturne before as well. I'm gonna have to go back in my games here, but
yeah, I think relatively recently too, and signed me up on the Shen as well. So very mobile as usual. 2 global, 3 global ults. Actually, literally every single member of Your Nightmares currently has a global ult right now.
Oh, that's nasty.
That is very nasty. That's pretty classic from them, though. They do love the global ultimates, and then they kind of form their composition around what the other team picked. So we'll see what Gamer Snails decides to round things out with, starting by just responding with the bottom lane there, and Lissandra.
Oh! Okay, so listen, Kaori has always had such good performances, a lovely player to watch, but the Lissandra has so much good utility, solid control as well, so I think Kaori is going to impress us here, honestly. I mean, I also, Solaris Revenge, though, terrifying.
Absolutely. And you know, no surprise, we were kind of talking about it. You can't ban out Solaris Revenge. That's just one of those where it's really not worth it. Like, you just let them get what they want to get. So I'm kind of surprised that Kaori selected the Lissandra without having the counter, you know, with giving the counter potentially to Solaris Revenge. But it looks like they're going to focus on the top side there for Gamer Snails, banning out the Aurelia, who has had a lot of prominence as of late.
Sign me up. Using that Aurelia to run into enemy bases and really distract people has been kind of like a sign me up classic.
Or do they expect the Shen then to be going for Clorox on the rocks there in the bottom lane? Or what? I'm not sure. I always am interested in, you know, when there's it relatively lines up. Yes, it is kind of a flex pick, but we have seen a lot of Shen, and it's always been in the top as of late, recently. We occasionally see Shen in the support role. We do occasionally see it. It does work well when you're going up against somebody like a Nami. It's probably not going to. So, I'm always interested in those selections there. The Zac is going to be banned out to keep that away from Krakadan. Great choice from your Nightmares there. And the final one for Gamer Snails is going to be a Braum, actually. So that would offer them up a lot of CC. If they had a Braum, that would give them a lot of survivability as well there for Ame, but that is not going to be available here for your Nightmares.
I think you and I saw Clorox on the Rocks. I associate Braum with Clorox on the Rocks. I think that was the very first game that we saw Clorox on the Rocks in, was playing Braum with Ame. So I think that that's probably one of their mains, especially because we're so late in the tournament now that they absolutely have each other's summoner GGs. I don't think it's fair otherwise. And so that's probably the reason for that ban, that Braum. It's also a respect ban, but yeah, the Vlad seems like your Nightmares watched the last game and is marginally concerned. I appreciate that. Yeah, very smart. I appreciate that your Nightmares is making some very smart bans. There is no room for BMing. They know that 12,005. Oh, I love Nidalee. That is
all right. Okay, so this could be a Lissandra support. I don't, you know, it's got to be the Caitlyn. No, it's got to be a Nidalee jungle. I know.
Yeah.
I want to see something crazy.
You wanted it so bad. I love it.
I wanted to see something crazy, and you know, because the Lissandra came out, I was like, oh, maybe there's a potential for it. You know, maybe there's a reason that they picked it first, that it was like a distraction. Now, in Nidalee jungle, we have seen quite a bit here. Obviously not on Krakadan, since we have only seen the Zac. And then Solari's Revenge picking up the Twisted Fate, which I don't think Solari's Revenge has run at all. And the support here is going to be the Shen. We might be seeing a top lane Lucian, which used to be a thing. I honestly, it could go many ways here.
I'm sorry, what season is this? This is so
right,
confusing.
That's what I mean. I mean, the Twisted Fate has been prominent. I haven't seen the top lane Lucian in a while, but it was a thing. And like I said, Shen has been played in the support role recently, but definitely not as much. He does really, really well in the top lane there. Ashe is on Ame is a classic, and Alpha Male Jungle we've seen with the Nocturne. I can't imagine Solari's Revenge taking the Nocturne in the mid lane. It can happen. I mean, those are the possibilities, but I really don't see like an obvious standout. The only one that I can think of, like I said, is the Shen in the bottom lane, the Lucian in the top lane. No way, that's what it's gonna be.
Oh, I am so uneasy with these weird... I mean, this is not a weird comp, but listen, Twisted Fate was popularized by Faker in Season 3, the first LCK, when they had their servers. So, I mean, that's like a classic, beautiful, wonderful pick that I love to see in the mid lane.
Bjergsen has also been doing very, very well in the NA with the Twisted Fate. Another popular one, I guess, you know, Bjergsen for the LeBlanc and the Twisted Fate, and we've seen Solari's Revenge play quite a bit of the LeBlanc there as well, another Faker main.
Yeah.
They are very similar in terms of, you know, really, they're some of the heaviest assassins you could possibly get. You've got a lot of really good CC, a lot of really good burst damage, and then versatility and the ability to be able to use that global ultimate, I think, is kind of the idea behind it. So they have almost entirely global ultimates here for your Nightmares, aside from Sign Me up there in the top with Lucian. I do like the top lane Lucian. Arise, though, can potentially do very, very well here. So I feel like it might be, I mean, I feel like there's going to be a lot of aggro, but I don't know. I almost want to say it might be kind of stalematey towards the top side because they're just duking it out so hard. I don't know if we're going to get a lot of jungle action up there to start. I think it's going to be focused more around this bottom side because the Shen into the Nami can be kind of dangerous. You get bubbled up and you've got a lot of long range. The Caitlyn being able to use her Q and have the longest range there for ADCs, and then the tidal wave on top of it. While it is nice to have the ultimate from that Shen, usually if you are in lane, you would either be abandoning your ADC to go utilize it on like Solari's Revenge, for instance.
Right.
If maybe Solari's Revenge decides to ult in somewhere, you can throw the ultimate from the Shen on top of that. But with a Nami and a Caitlyn there, to go up against Ame as the Ashe is just a little bit risky. So while I do love the presumptuous nature of Your Nightmares comp of we're just going to destroy everything and everyone, I think Gamer Snails do have a bit of an edge here with Krakedon picking that Nidalee. I like that. And then, a little bit more sustainability and expectations for the late game, I think, coming from Gamer Snails.
My brain is in so much pain right now from Your Nightmares, because if you look at it though, Your Nightmares comp is built exclusively around being able to help each other. So it's built around being reliable and being map aware, and it's super cute. They obviously, Your Nightmares, I like how they put, yeah, that's not cute at all. They clearly like each other enough to build this particular build that means that from across the map they can help affect each other's lanes and retain control, which I think is absolutely essential. And I think that Your Nightmares actually may have a more complex plan than Gamer Snails as far as the comp goes. Sign me up. Cheeky, a very cheeky pick. I'm excited to see what they do with it. But Base 30 does have the it's rough.
Yeah, like I said, I like the presumptuous nature of it. Of we're gonna do well. That is what that is. It is not a ton of survivability. It is not a ton of, if we fall behind, we'll recover. It's not. It is really, we will do well, and that is how we're going to win. And Gamer Snails, I think, I appreciate it because I know Your Nightmares can pull it off. Absolutely. But looking at the overall comps, I appreciate the respect from Gamer Snails' composition here. Of just saying, all right, we're going for the late game. We know it's probably gonna come to that. We have the capacity to come back a bit if we do fall behind, and the utility as well to reinitiate if we have the opportunity in a losing fight or something like that. So I like both of these a lot. They're both heavy hitters, but they're also at least respectful of the opposing team.
Woo, some shade coming out from Jolly here. Absolutely a little throwback to that last game as well. Don't worry, Jolly. My heart hurts as well. It's not fair. It's not good. It's not kind.
If this works, I will be sad, but also, I expect it to work quite well for them, but it's just rude.
Yeah.
It's just rude.
It's just so rude.
It really is.
Sign Me Up definitely has the damage advantage this early on in the game, but Base 30 will be able to build out to counter that very handsomely. So that's something to worry
very
about.
Quickly too.
Yeah, Base 30's ability to counter Sign Me Up is pretty serious, but also Sign Me Up's ability to affect the map is a little bit bigger. Oh, actually, no, that's not true at all. I don't know why I said that. That was such a lie.
It's a little tiny bit. It's like a small. It's a little tiny area. That,
a dash is
but it's more global than Lucian's. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. That is 100% for sure. Krakedon here on the Nidalee jungle. I absolutely adore Nidalee as a champion. And I really do think that there is a lot of possibility for some very serious skirmishes here. It doesn't necessarily aid well with Caitlyn's long range, but it depends on how Krakedon decides they want to build. If they want to build a little bit tanky, and they want to get that close skirmish, that the way that they retuned Nidalee was no longer to have those very long range javelins go out, but to be more of a close range and take more risks with a very high reward threshold. So I assume that's kind of what Krakedon's going to be going for here. Our beloved alpha male jungler snagging that little scuttle there, but it's going to be met in the jungle by Krakedon with a warning javelin thrown. And Krakedon now has
They're
vision.
never warning javelins.
They're
Come
not.
on.
Let's be.
Yeah,
they
right.
Either miss or they hit. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. It's never a warning. It's you're dead or you got out. Good job.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait
You
for
lived or
3
you
seconds
didn't.
until another one comes.
Yeah, I appreciate that Alpha Male Jungler did take a page out of the book that we've said before. Your Nightmares is really good at not investing in something they know is useless. And so just backed out of the enemy jungle there. Krackodon is taking that top scuttle there, having not been able to affect Alpha Male Jungler. But Alpha Male Jungler knew where Krackodon was going to be and is going to summarily punish because Krackodon can't challenge. He can't challenge Alpha Male Jungler. Oh, no, Krackodon, I'm sorry, I apologize. Krackodon is a sheep. So Krackodon, she can't affect the jungle in the same way that Alpha Male Jungler can this early on in the game. And Alpha Male Jungler is absolutely antagonizing Krackodon right now. You can see that. Solarius Revenge coming in as well.
From Solarius Revenge, getting the yellow card into Krackodon. Krackodon is going to use their flash in exchange as Sign Me Up tries to come around, but was just a little too late up through that tri-bush to really interfere with that fight. So a lot of good damage going back and forth. No kills coming up, and on the bottom side here, Ame just needs one more hit. Is going to take a tower shot and gets hit by the trap there from Lustfully, and I don't even know what happened there. I think Clorox on the Rocks literally just forced Lustfully. I think the block, like foot locked, the minion locked, and Clorox locked Lustfully from preventing it from being able to get in range to either hit a Q or hit that final auto attack. And with that, Ame was able to escape so much tension already.
So much. I mean, look at top lane as well, the tension that is building. I mean, yes, Sign Me Up does actually have farm prio in top, but it's not going to be for long. So Sign Me Up really has to do some serious bullying, but Baysuri is hitting them blow for blow. Very, very impressive. I really, really enjoyed that Solarius Revenge showed up with Alpha Male Jungler showed up with Sign Me Up for Baysuri. That's what that comp serves, is that your ability to bully on lane and rotate effectively. And I think that's going to be your Nightmare's key to winning this game. That's the win condition. Rotate effectively, friendship wins, friendship, love, all that good stuff for your Nightmares. Krackodon is camping, or not camping, rather, just kind of sending a little tasty treat warning over to Solarius Revenge, who cheekily pretends to recall, is aware that Krackodon is in the bush there, but still continues to farm as if nothing is going on. And I mean, technically,
where did that awareness come from? Was there a javelin thrown or something? What? Oh, there was a ward in the bush? Okay, all right. Yeah. I didn't see that get removed. All right, that was the sweeper then that was paused from used from Krackodon to find it out. All right, that makes sense. Cheeky. I just saw Krackodon kind of move their way down. It's probably I was looking at my paper.
You're totally fine. Yeah, it's a silly game that they're playing. I mean, Krackodon doesn't have the woman power to do a lot of super serious effective ganks. They definitely have the ability to take pressure off with a very well placed javelin, maybe a trap. It's pretty much it's up to them to figure out how they want to farm / put their resources into other lanes, but right now,
there we go.
First blood there for Baysuri. I think that ye of little faith, you and I both, did not give Sign Me Up the credit that was due. Strong start, really impressed. Gotta shut down Baysuri if you want to have a good lane.
It looked like Baysuri had pressed pretty far forward, actually, on Sign Me Up. The flash was used there, as we could see. And yeah, let's take another look at that engage. It was Baysuri who would push very far and flash in under tower!
Wow.
That may have been Baysuri's kill if they did not flash under the tower. Clorox on the Rocks is going to start the engage on this one, try to get the taunt here. It looks like Paranoia might be coming in from Alpha Male Jungler. And there she is, dealing a little bit of damage on Lustfully. Ame steps into a trap there and takes a nice crit shot from Lustfully, but really not a ton of damage dealt over to the Gamer Snails.
Right now we're watching our
even lane here. A very even lane here. But your Nightmares find a little bit of the pressure that they needed to start up on this Mountain Drake. It looks like Krackodon is in the position to know where they're at. There's some pings now coming out towards the tri-bush on the above on the top side of this bottom lane here. Kind of surprised actually that your Gamer Snail saw that Ame and Clorox had moved up towards the Dragon Pit. You gotta ping that one out because Krackodon could have at least thrown a spear in there or done something to try to aid.
Yeah, I think that Nidalee has one of the weakest starts in the game, so I mean, I imagine that not wanting to die in a skirmish, but Solarius Revenge does manage to stop a stun on Kaori. They use that, I can't remember the name of that move. Gosh, I'm a caster, I'm a professional. But Lissandra
I
does
don't know
manage to
everything.
get out there.
That's
Yeah. That the old hand move with the
Oh yeah. Mid laners,
No.
honestly, I'm not gonna lie, no ability names of mid laners less than any, unless it's like freaking Sleepy Trouble Bubble and Paddle Star,
Trouble Bubble.
because they're so busted. Okay, you know what?
So busted though.
But like that's so my name recognition, I guess, for the mid laners is much less than any other lane.
Oh yeah.
But
feel that.
looks like we're coming back with a Cutlass here for the Ashe, and then a straight up EF sword for Caitlyn. I do like the vision pickups though from several members of Your Nightmares. We saw a ward there that Shen just placed down, and then a couple in the pockets of the ADC and the mid laner. So it's always nice to see those in someone's pockets other than the jungle and support.
Yeah. As you can see here, Crackodon is really doing their best to just concentrate on their farm, mind their own business for a little while until they can scale a little bit more, get a couple more items. They definitely are trying to build something as quickly as humanly possible, but you see that there, the Dark Seal pickup, that's a promise that they intend to get as many kills as possible and carry.
Right.
And that's a really confident move. I appreciate the way that they've broadcasted that. And I think that right now, Crackodon is just gently pressing on the map, is just gently trying to relieve pressure for their lanes without actually trying to commit to anything or secure any kills. But they are invading on the lower end of the jungle there, the Krugs. The investigation doesn't look like they actually picked up the Krugs, but they're coming
the
from
tidal
behind
wave,
here.
though, actually came out from Hanabi, who has to flash out after getting ignited because a bubble did manage to hit Solari's Revenge, who teleports in here and is going to head down to Crackodon, who was trying to come into support, but they didn't see the ultimate from Solari's Revenge. The ult attempted from Baysuri there, and lustfully takes down another one. Solari's Revenge there, getting a double kill. Lustfully is the next target. The net is going to hit, and the crit shot as well. The Q just barely missing there. But really, Solari's Revenge saying, hey, yeah, remember me and how good I am? We're going to make this work to my advantage. The teleport used, actually. It was Solari's teleport.
We've got the Paranoia coming out there.
There's the ultimate from Solari's Revenge, as well as Paranoia, and Solari's Revenge is going to pick that one up. So a great move back. Solari's Revenge, I think, actually waiting a moment towards that bottom side, letting Cowrie say, oh, I have the advantage here. I can get a little bit of a push on Alpha Male Jungler, saying, hey, I've got Paranoia. You want to use your ult too? We can go in on this one. And they managed to pick that one up. And already getting down to a single plate left on this turret. Not a single one has gone down so far yet this game, and only 4 and 2 in terms of kills is quite low for a lot of these games that we've seen. That just shows you how evenly matched these two teams are, and this is already a spectacular game to watch.
Oh, absolutely. I'm having so much fun, actually. This is, like, honestly, one of the better games that we've seen today. Not that we didn't experience some drama in the last one, but I really enjoyed the fact that Solari's Revenge does have 2 potentially world-affecting summoner spell plus the ult, and has made very serious advantage of that. And one of our favorite things about Solari's Revenge, you and I both agree, is the map awareness. That particular game with Ziggs was incredible, the way that they could zone the jungler if they even decided to get kinda close. And that same map awareness has returned this week, and I think Your Nightmares is ready to win. I think that they've had enough losses, and I think they're ready to win. It's the same comp that we've come to know and love as well. But Crackodon does manage to drop a spear there on Ame and is ready to go in for the kill. They do get that mark, but they don't have enough damage to close the deal.
The heal, though, used, and the crystalline arrow was actually shot from Ame there as well. So Ame staying alive. The heal was definitely a good point to use there. Hanabi actually used the tidal wave at the very beginning of that. Up. It really, I mean, no chance of hitting anyone. I don't know if it was a misclick or if it was an expectation that somebody was going to be moving from the jungle down towards them in the bottom side. Because we saw, I think Solari's Revenge was actually on the way towards that bottom to help out. So it's an interesting tidal wave utilized there. And then the exhaust as well towards the beginning to try to pick something up. But Ame making it out alive, doing very, very well on that Ashe. And this Shen support is working better also than we may have expected with the amount of pressure Hanabi can put on.
Absolutely. I'd like to think that it was big brain plays by Hanabi. Let's just leave it at that, like big brain plays from Hanabi with that wave. Clearing out some of the vision here. This is getting pretty serious. They're prepping for Dragon, just trying to get control of the map here, making sure that they recall, reset. And while Alpha Male Jungler kind of hovers over there just to keep track, Crackodon is nowhere near Dragon. They're not setting up or anything like that. They also know that there is a reset actively happening on the side of your nightmares. So, I mean, is there any real rush to engage that dragon? No, not really. And even though there is no vision, I think that they are aware of where Alpha Male Jungler is on this map. Because again, there's no rush here. And also Ame's still in lane. Yeah, not a bad situation. This is more of the like interim game here. I do think Krackedon does have some big plans. Unfortunate that they had to get those 2 kills and then wipe that Dark Seal, huh?
Right. Yeah.
Not a great situation.
And dying right after that. And 3 also onto Solari's Revenge is not the person that we want to see that on, being really one of the most prominent and favored members here. And the Paranoia is going to come out. That is very quick to take down Kaori, who was pushed a little too far out, not having the tower available there for a little bit of backup. And we saw Krackedon kind of making their way up, saying, hey, I can try, but nope, I can do absolutely nothing for this as soon as Alpha Male Jungler decided to pop that ultimate.
Yeah, that looks good. I think that's a really stylish way for Alpha Male Jungler to say, hey, I'm in this, I'm here. You're not paying attention, are you? I'm a highly mobile champion. Be anywhere that I want to be at any time. Psychological Warfare is the name of your nightmares, and I think that Nocturne is the most appropriate pick, considering the team name thematically speaking.
Absolutely, bringing the darkness among everything. And yeah, forcing these guys into darkness is not something that helps, especially when Kaori pushed just a little too far forward on that one, sitting at 0-2-0 after, you know, having so much pressure here from Solari's Revenge, and the move downs also as well. Using that teleport earlier on was spectacular, and then being able to instantly use the ultimate back up into lane after playing a little bit of a mind game onto Kaori, saying, oh, maybe they think I recalled, I haven't come back into lane, and wow! On the top side, a few flashes expended. Viseri's ultimate actually came out for that one, and Sign Me Up lost their lives.
Oof, it's a pretty even game up here on top, though.
It is. I think it's just, you know, it's weird for, okay, the nomenclature makes things slightly difficult for me because I was always taught, you know, they only use it if it's plural. But, you know, non-binaries, that's what the non-binary choice is. And so for me, it's like, oh, I have to remember, it's only one. You know, there's still just one person.
Yeah. Think about it like
now, Krackedon possibly just trying to get this one. They do manage to snag the smite onto that. Now, Male Jungler gets stunned down there. A great ultimate coming out from Kaori to pick up that kill. Now, Solari's Revenge trying to return on this. Clorox on the Rocks uses the ultimate to help Solari's Revenge out on this one. No way, the card's barely missing Besuria there. Solari's Revenge flashing out, and Clorox on the Rocks taking down Besuria. In the meantime, Krackedon tried so hard with that final spear to get the kill, and Clorox on the Rocks is going to return with the taunt, with the stopwatch, and Sign Me Up with the ultimate to take down Krackedon, who almost escaped, but did not leave with her life.
Yeah, they were not going to let Krackedon escape with any sort of charges on that item. They do not want that to scale out of control, but Krackedon is showing some relative finesse, but unfortunately, in the face of the Solari's Revenge map awareness, that classic Italian chef's kiss map awareness, it's nothing. You need to be just as aware, if not more aware, and have some very prominent vision, and there is no prominent vision. They did manage to get that Rift Herald, though, so I mean, as far as evening the odds go, gold disparity is not that high. There is one tower in the favor of your nightmares, but they do have that Rift Herald, so they're able to make some sort of retaliation coming up here. I wouldn't be surprised if there would be some heavy support for Lissandra in the mid there with that Rift Herald, but they have plenty of time. They really don't need to do anything super high pressure. There's a reset happening on bot here, and I think Krackedon is honestly just planning on keeping their head down for a little bit longer. It seems like every engage they've had so far, I still don't think Nidalee is well farmed enough to really make huge impactful changes there, other than being extremely mobile. And getting caught out there, that's a real bummer, but Solari's Revenge, like I said,
oh, the pink's coming out actually too.
Yeah.
From your nightmares now up around Krackedon saying, hey, we've got eyes, let's move up. We can make an invade over here. We can see Sign Me Up. Taking the short route down below. Some more pings coming out for assistance as Solari's Revenge is on the way far side. And now a lot of response pings from Gabe Ursnell saying, hey, watch out. These guys are coming up. They are trying to invade us here. And it was a good thing that Krackedon actually made the move up towards Beysuri.
Yes.
Otherwise, he certainly would have been dead meat because your Nightmares would have found the opportunity. They were not able to find it there. So really good positioning by Krackedon. Clorox on the Rocks trying to engage here on Hanabi behind the first tower here. Since your Nightmares found themselves in the enemy jungle, they said, well, let's take it down towards the bottom side and see what we can do here. But really not a ton. They're able to get the Scuttle Crab and a little bit of vision down, but not quite enough towards the bottom side to make anything happen.
Yeah, definitely a good try, a good attempt, especially Solaris Revenge coming down there with that little bit of action. They are looking for kills. Solaris Revenge doesn't want to be in lane, doesn't want to be farming against Lissandra, really just wants to get out, see some action. And thus far, Kaori is having a bit of a chaotic, difficult lane, but is holding their own. I think that Kaori is doing just the best job that they possibly can, considering that Solaris Revenge is both the captain of this team and the resident mid laner who is relatively notable for us. I think that's I think all things considered, Kaori is doing the best they can, given those circumstances, but is letting Solaris Revenge roam to their entire team's detriment.
Oh, yeah. And a lot of now defensive vision put up by Gamer Snails. There is the Paranoia and the ultimate as well from Alpha Male Jungler to really, from Solaris Revenge to really reinforce that Kaori was not going to escape from that one.
No.
Live 0-3-1 now, really hurting just from being in lane, but a little bit far every time. If you notice past that first tower that has gone down, and unless you got the presence of someone else in the lane, while it is good to get a lot of pressure there on that lane, not quite worth losing your life.
No, not at all. I completely agree with that. It seems like mid lane is quickly spiraling out of control. That is the crack in the armor that Your Nightmares is looking to exploit. The other lanes are doing a really good job of holding their lane partners there. I'm really impressed with Sign Me Up and Baysuri, his lane as well. We haven't seen a lot of action. It's just because they've been occupied. But Baysuri has managed to take that turret. Oh, they land the stun on the Clorox on the rocks here. Shen is tanky enough to kind of get out of that area in that situation. Right as Krakadon arrives to the timing on that situation, excellent, but we are having some action. I can't quite see that there. Sign Me Up is getting targeted by Baysuri, as also stoked a hit from Lustfully on the ult there. But Baysuri is getting caught out by Sign Me Up. Yep, Crystalline Arrow there on Hanabi, and Baysuri gets taken out. Oof.
Ace in the hole. Sign Me Up getting Hanabi there. Now Solaris Revenge is kind of on the run, but Baysuri's got to recognize there's a lot of damage coming out, and also a tower still up and available. Krakadon is going to take 2 tower shots from that one. The Paranoia is going to hit that back line onto Krakadon. That near side is not going to help anyone. Solaris Revenge finds a kill there. A double going over to Alpha Male Jungler as the flash comes out to try to follow that one up, but Lustfully succeeds with a flash of their own. Alpha Male Jungler making a very successful pushback in response to that chase on Solaris Revenge.
Oh, that 300 gold bounty looks really, really good on our girl Alpha Male Jungler. I hate to see Krakadon, who has been an extremely formidable jungler, still doing a great job, and she's displaying the kind of pressure that you want from your jungler, but unfortunately the lanes themselves are kind of starting to crack. Kaori here in the mid lane. I think that Solaris Revenge really exploited the skill difference between the two of them and really pushed it, and now you have Ame here in the mid lane as well. The pressure that has consistently been on mid lane, it's not an ARAM per se, it's relatively more subtle than that, but Your Nightmares is putting pressure on mid lane constantly and hoping to push the crack in that armor. This is the kind of artful, slow game that we're seeing here. But we do have Clorox on the rocks going after Hanabi, who has been caught out, as Sign Me Up is there as well. I don't know where Sign Me Up came from. That's rough for Hanabi getting caught out like that.
Yeah, no teleport used from Sign Me Up. They still do have one available. Some pings coming out now from Your Nightmare saying, hey, we've got somebody over on the top side, or we can engage down here towards the bottom. Solaris Revenge taking down another tower here for Your Nightmares, and Gamer Snails jungle being pretty cleaned up here by Sign Me Up. Baysuri's going to be flashed on by Sign Me Up there. A couple tower shots is not enough to take down a full health Lucian, who has a Corrupting Potion actually still available. So the next tower will be their target here as they move on to tower number 3 for the whole game. Picking that one up, Krakadon might be jumped on. Kaori does end up using the claw to come over and get stunned down. Solaris Revenge finding another kill. The Tidal Wave on the backside just to try to stop things, and the blast rock, the blast cone.
Blast cone.
Gets used there on the top side for Clark the Rock to potentially continue the engage, but it looks like Gamer Snails does not want any of that and is now trying to stay safe.
Oh, it's rough. It's rough to watch. I think that there is definitely this is definitely coming down to a skill difference in terms of the incredible finesse of Sign Me Up, just showing that they can flash in and get out alive and still snag a kill. Alpha Male Jungler cutting it so close here. Hanabi getting caught out, Kaori getting caught out. There is definitely a skill difference here, but not one that Gamer Snails, given some time and some practice, can't overcome. So, I mean, this is a bit discouraging. Really very few avenues to come back from, but we're 23 minutes in. We've got 3 towers, 15 kills on the side of your Nightmares. I don't think it's unwinnable, but there does have to be a massive change in terms of their strategy, because your Nightmares is now starting to exploit, like we've seen before. Your Nightmares just seep into these little cracks. They draw you into engagements. They know you can't win, and they make sure to put pressure anywhere that you're not. Much like actual Nightmares, extremely pervasive in just kind of ruining your day a little bit, and that's absolutely happening for Gamer Snails. But you know what? Considering, I think that, you know, as far as like the growth goes, other than Sailor Scouts, Gamer Snails are one of the other teams that have just grown and really made us super proud. The addition of Krakodon is really great. Baysuri managed to hold their own relatively well here in the top lane as well. But we do have Clorox on the rocks, kind of lurking over here.
I think saw that, though. There was a really quick poke out of the bush from Clorox on the rocks, so I think that's why Baysuri was starting to kind of walk backwards and realized, okay, I'm not safe down there. Krakodon trying to help out, but finding herself in a dangerous place, having to flash over the wall. Solari's Revenge using the teleport or the ultimate to come through on the other side, and there we go. Alphaville Jungler finding out Krakodon. That is going to be the ultimate self-used by Kaori, who instantly goes down to return Ame on the backside, just focusing out this tower. The tidal wave going to save Hanabi as she re-enters the base here, but that is another tower lost for Gamer Snails.
The unfortunate reality of Twisted Fate's ultimate is that it does allow vision on the map for everybody on your team, and that means that when you are already at an advantage, when you already have the quote-unquote high ground, if you use that ult, even if it's just for a couple of feet, you get vision, which becomes invaluable. Sign Me Up does manage to take out Baysuri as well, just to add insult to injury, I think, in that situation. Not amazing, considering the circumstances, but Gamer Snails, again, still putting up a great fight. I really do think that the MVP here is Hanabi, being aware and really just trying to do the best they can despite getting caught out that one time. They're doing the best they can with what they've got. Baysuri still is on the death timer here.
And Krakodon's still doing really well too, because excuse me, I just want to point out the survivability, like the safety that Krakodon has been attempting, and like, okay, I can help you, but I don't want to push it too hard. And Your Nightmares has just had, you know, having paranoia is something that you can never anticipate. You can, I mean, always anticipate that it's going to be something you're going to be jumped on, but you never really know with that vision, and Solari's Revenge with the ultimate actually helping immensely with that. I didn't consider that combination of those two in particular. So I do think Krakodon, while, you know, losing her life a few times towards the end here, has actually been playing really, really safely, as opposed to what we've seen sometimes in the later game from these guys. Uh-oh, no, and as I say it, ooh, that could have been close.
Yeah, that was definitely just another question of like map awareness, the ability to be able to, you know, stick together. I think that Gamer Snails is not excelling in terms of rotation. Like I said at the beginning of this, with this comp, this is a rotation comp. So Solari's Revenge has been in nearly every single team fight. That's why they are 6, 0, and 9. That's why they have been involved in all but 2 team fights. So, I mean, or sorry, all but 2 deaths on the map. So, I mean, it's very apparent that Solari's Revenge intends to continue to rotate with the rest of their team. Alpha Male Jungler intends to be there with the rest of their team. And Sign Me Up, hilariously, like this weird kid brother in their Lucian top lane is just running around, stacking up kills. I'm actually pretty impressed by Sign Me Up's performance. We didn't have high expectations for that, and this always happens with Sign Me Up. For some reason, you and I just always miss the fact that this is like a very fashionable, finessed, skillful player, just in terms of raw, fun, 1v1 skill. Great to watch. And Your Nightmares is locking down a free Baron, maybe free. Krakodon is aware of that situation. They do have that vision ward there by Bread, but do they understand that the rest of the team is there? I don't know.
After now, with Solari's Revenge on the backside, they're specifically trying to proxy these guys away. Krakodon taking a lot of damage.
Ooh,
and actually, Hanabi is going to get... Oh, no way! She gets it! She takes the Baron buff. The rest of the team needs to try to escape as quickly as possible. They want to survive with the Baron buff. We can see there. That is not going to help. The stun going on to Lustfully, but the cleanse to follow it up. Lustfully played that so well. While they were not able to escape with their lives, they still did a great job of trying to avoid everything possible there. Now the ultimate coming out from Solari's Revenge, and then Sign Me Up on the backside is so much damage. The crit coming out of Sign Me Up is just too much. A clean ace, and now 20 seconds for Your Nightmares to play with on Gamer Snail's base.
You know what would be really great right now? A Baron buff. A Baron I've never seen a Baron buff arrive and disappear so quickly. Big bummer ace on that end, but listen.
You know what? It was more the prevention. It's not like they did everything they could to take it. It was that Your Nightmares was like, we got this, and Krakedon stole that. That was so impressive. And yes, Gamer Snails, it appears, is going to end up losing the game right here. Your Nightmares making it into the finals, but such a fight to behold between these two teams, and really Gamer Snails taking it to the very last second before really losing things in the end.
Yeah, absolutely put up the fight that we were hoping for. And again, Gamer Snails is one of the teams I think that you and I have seen grow. One of the bigger ones. Definitely, they've been practicing, they've been scrimming, they've been studying. And I really love the addition of their jungler. The Nidalee pick is a hard one because, you know, it was dependent on Krakedon actually scaling. She took a risk with that Dark Seal. She took a risk and was not rewarded, but that's not by no fault of her own. She put forth the best performance she possibly could, but who would have thought that Sign Me Up would come in and crush it on that Lucian top?
I mean, from the very beginning, I'm not saying they can't do it. I know they could do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's whether or not it really goes as successfully as they intend it to, and it absolutely did there. While Gamer Snails really held off well. I mean, Alpha Male Jungler, I don't want to say, obviously it's 5 people on this team, but Alpha Male Jungler being gone for a couple of weeks, and Your Nightmares, being out for 1 week, just her appearance is enough to persuade the rest of the team to perform at their top game. And that Nocturne pick was spectacular, especially with the addition of the Twisted Fate, having that vision as well. Always love to see her come back and making it into the finals once again. So Limit Testers and Your Nightmares, something we are very familiar with, will be coming up here in the finals. We are going to take a quick break, though, after that game. Don't go anywhere, because we will have one more spectacular game for you guys tonight in the Supergirl Gamer Pro Tournament.
Hey.
I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you? You're right! Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra, with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won. It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
Hello!
How's it
Thank you.
going?
Yeah, right. Thank you for joining us here at Supergirl Gamer Pro week number 7. 7. Yeah, that works. And we have had a spectacular show so far this week and every week. I just want to say every week has been awesome, and they keep getting better because these teams learn more about each other and themselves. You know, it's a personal growth too. So we're going, but this is kind of a throwback. This is going to end up going to not like a week 1 throwback. You know, that's a Gamer Snails and Sailor Scouts, but like a week 2, like a week 3. Oh, it's only been the 2 weeks. Wow. All right. We've just seen these guys go up against each other so often.
Yeah.
We are going to be witnessing your nightmares go up against limit testers. I'm sure if you want to pull the bracket up really quickly one more time, just so people can kind of see if they're tuning in just now, how some of the previous games were going. That would be cool.
Yeah. We can see who started from where doing
if
what.
not, it's totally fine because I just asked it out of nowhere. But the bracket shows that we had the first game. We had Gamer Snails versus Ara. Gamer Snails ended up winning that one pretty quickly, actually. Limit Testers went up against Sailor Scouts, and that one was a little more hard fought, I would say, as Limit Testers pushed that game out to much longer and ended up winning it. And then this last game that we just saw was certainly the longest of the night that we have seen, and one of the longer games that we've seen in general. Your Nightmares going up against Gamer Snails, who won pretty decisively that first match of the night. And while it was hard fought, Your Nightmares do have their star jungler, a family favorite.
Yep, truly.
For us here at Supergirl. And it ended up working out incredibly well. A pretty spicy team there. They didn't delay the end, but they did end a little bit later than we have seen in some of the previous games because it went to, I think, like around 37 minutes there. So really, really hard fought. Well played by both teams. There is the bracket. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. And there we go. As we can see, so Your Nightmares did get a bye there. That is not a team named Bye, which would be really clever, by the way. I just want to say that. Someone made a team named Bye.
Bye.
Right. So if Bye wins the event, you're like, wait, what? But Your Nightmares got a bye because their initial opponent ended up not being available or dropping out, not having one member there. We can see Limit Testers and Sailor Scouts was the second game that we broadcasted here. So reminiscent of week 2 and week 3, Your Nightmares and Limit Testers get to face off once again, head to head, and really, really duke it out for that first place slot.
Oof, I'm excited. I love both of these teams, and it's funny because we didn't see Limit Testers, I think, until week 2 or 3, right? They were latecomers. Yeah, so week 2 or 3. And last week, we had Your Nightmares versus Limit Testers in game 3.
Neither
and
of
Limit
them.
Testers.
Week 1.
Yeah. Oh.
They both came in week 2.
Neither of them are the OG, which is maybe why I still kind of feel like the newish vibes from Your Nightmares as well as Limit Testers. But we did have them play last week, week 6, game 3. Limit Testers did manage to take that one, but it was so close. I mean, there was absolutely like no clear winner. It just came down to who's going to make the mistake, and unfortunately, it was Your Nightmares. And so I'm excited again. We had Aurelian Sun in the top for Your Nightmares, and then Sign Me Up as the jungle. And Aurelian Sun had previously been a support, and I think that was kind of I'm not going to say that, the weak player, but the weak spot in their armor, which was exploited very seriously by Limit Testers. So, I mean, it can happen to anybody, especially with a player that, is used to being a support or is filling as well. And then forcing your main top laner, Sign Me Up, to go down to jungle. So not an awesome roster for Your Nightmares to have to deal with. And this is the OG roster that we've come to know and love. And I'm really excited to see, because Your Nightmares definitely has a redemption game on their hands here.
Oh, yeah.
They decide to go for it. So as usual, we have a tendency to cheer for the underdog a little bit. And I am excited to see what Your Nightmares has learned in the week it has been since our last Your Nightmares and Limit Testers standoff.
And we kind of talked about, so both of these teams, I think, took a week off. They both, in the middle of it, had a week off. And we were talking about how Limit Testers' week off, like, they must have went to a spa together, or, like, I don't know what happened, because
hyperbolic
any of the issues they were having, because before Your Nightmares was pretty, I mean, the second week, I think both times, if I'm not mistaken, Your Nightmares won. Both times. And so they were kind of at that point going to week 4 decisively the winners. And then we had, I think maybe it was week 5 or something, Limit Testers take their break, or it was week 4. And they came back, and it was like, okay, this is the team that they were looking for when they comprised these 5 players. This is exactly what they were going for, and they found what they needed. Your Nightmares came back from their break, and they had a whole bunch of swaps in their roster. They didn't have Alpha Male Jungler, who has been such a huge point of the game in general, and so now they've kind of come back. It's like the vacation kind of threw them off a little bit, but now they've gone back to where they were at before. So this is going to be a really spectacular game, seeing both of these teams really in their prime, re-engaging, because I feel like we haven't seen both of these teams going up against each other in their prime with really the roster that we want to see, that they feel dedicated with since, second, third week, and they were so close. I mean, I'm pretty sure that was one of the games with 100 gold differential or something like that. It was just obscene how close these games were. And so to see them back at that high point on that plateau going up against each other will be exciting. And as usual, I think with these teams, we're going to see a lot of contention towards the top side and in the jungle. And Luckman has proven to be a really big one. And if I'm not mistaken, as well for your Nightmares, Luckman came on Luckman came on way later. Or no, Luckman was there week 4, but there was some swap.
Oh dear, Jolly. Is that me or is that you? Who's frozen here? Oh. Ugh. Bummer. I guess... Oh, are you okay? Are you there? Was it me? Did I freeze? No worries.
The fact that Luckman has kind of been on and off the roster here, and signed me up multiple times, has had to jump in, from a different lane position on the other side. So I think this is going to be pretty stellar. What I liked the ban question, actually, instead of the picks, like, of what do you want to see, what do you not want to see? What do you want to see the opposing team remove for their own advantage? Like a Graves, I would say a Graves is probably pretty important to get off the board.
Yeah, I think that that just shouldn't be out there. You know what I mean? I tend to watch Twitch chat, in the moments in between during the break, and somebody was saying, can't ban for jungle with Krakadon. They have a veritable ocean of champions they can pick from. And I really feel that way about Solaris Revenge in particular. I feel that way about Luckman, who has been really consistent. Dopamine as well. Pistachio. We have so many good so many good players with such deep pools. So I think that what you want to do is kind of just ban to players who have picked the same thing consistently. So Alpha Male Jungler, you're going to want to ban Vi, probably right. Nocturne.
And the Graves from the Luckman.
Yep. And then for Ame, you're probably going to want to ban Ashe. I'm assuming there. Pistachio, you want to ban Lulu. But again, Pistachio does have a very wide and deep champion pool.
Pistachio picks up the Nami occasionally and does incredibly well with that. Incredible. So, yeah, that's where it becomes difficult, where I'm like, the bans towards the bottom side, maybe not necessarily the primary area of focus, while it is a big pool in terms of champion availability for all the other lanes as well. There are certainly favorites, and I think that has to do with the Vi for Alpha Male Jungler, the Graves for Luckman that we've seen just so consistently. So I think those ones definitely need to be at the top of the list. And yeah, that does bring in Ame as really one of the only ones I would say is worth banning towards that bottom side, is because Ame on that Ashe just does so exceptionally well, and the crystalline arrows are huge, just really pivotal, absolutely turning fights there. And it all has to do with Ame just farming in the bottom side, saying, hey, I have an opportunity to help my team out or to allow them to engage on something, and really making it worthwhile. So I do think that there's a lot of opportunity. And now sign me up. I would have said you kind of can, figure out, all right, some hyper carries towards the top side. No, I mean, not that Lucian's not a hyper carry, but more of the top standard hyper carries. I was really surprised to see that Lucian get taken top side. And, while you can expect the Rise to do poorly towards the early start of that, it was heavily in favor of sign me up from second one all the way to the end of the game.
I'm genuinely impressed. I get the feeling, as you watch these players and their play styles, you kind of get the feeling of their personality, and I really feel like Sign Me Up is a good-natured, funny jokester who likes to have the expectations low. It's like, I like your low expectations. I sleep better, because they always end up blowing us out of the water with their weird picks, or even just their I'm not going to say mediocre picks. I'm going to say picks that you see a lot. Like the Aurelia, you and I were both like, oh, it's an Aurelia top. Okay, standard. And then just yakety sacks their way around. Like they were in their base at one point while they were taking dragon. Like it's just so much fun to watch. I really feel like Sign Me Up has to be a good-natured, jokey kind of person. If they're very serious, I'll be very surprised. But it's been a real joy to watch. Yeah, right.
But yes, you're right. Because, and I guess that's kind of what I was trying to say that I wasn't really able to put into words for Sign Me Up is that earlier on, I would have been like, all right, remove the meta picks, like the really strong meta picks, and you'd probably be good with Sign Me Up. You know, we've seen mostly that doing really, really well with the really solid meta picks, but then you remove those and Sign Me Up's like, okay, I'll do whatever I want. And now we're at that point where we've seen enough. Yeah, so it's almost like a bit of humility. Like, all right, I'll stick with the meta. I'll stick with what works well with the composition, what's cohesive for you guys. But when it comes to it, Sign Me Up absolutely has some of those deeper side of the pool picks that they are able to bring into these fights that always end up meshing with the rest of the team. And that's definitely a big thing that works with both of these teams is the way that they mesh together. And I think part of what won them as well in the previous games against these guys with the not perfect, I don't want to say this is like their perfect lineup, but with the not lineup that we have come accustomed to with Alpha Male Jungler there in the jungle was a lot of kind of falling apart towards the end of almost mentally just kind of losing it. It seemed like a lot of that for these guys where they would start up really far ahead and one person would end up doing really poorly and then it would just kind of go down from there. So maybe Alpha Male Jungler is the glue that holds these guys together with the positive reinforcement, or it's just the hyper carry is so hard that how do you not do well when you have someone with that much of a presence in the jungle? So limit testers then, so, just because we've got Alpha Male Jungler back, I don't think limit testers is going to engage on this one being, egomaniac, maniacal about it, I suppose, of saying, all right, we've won the last several times. We're, steadily in first place or heavily in first place. Like we are absolutely capable of taking these guys down. Now they're going back to several weeks ago. And so you kind of have to wonder how they've been adapting since we've said some of these teams have learned so much. Maybe they don't exactly remember. Maybe it's a slightly different play style going up against Alpha Male Jungler here, and they have to focus a different part of the map, or they have to be a little bit more resigned in some of their decisions that they're making. So it's interesting to think about the mentality that some of these players are going to have coming into this after being like, all right, we're all back now. We're finally all back. From week 3 up until now, week 7, we're finally all back.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell. Like, I really, really think that Limit Testers is going to have to make some adjustments. They're going to have to make some improvements. They're going to have to prove that they're adaptable in the same way that your Nightmares has been in the past. And I think that if Limit Testers wants to maintain the lead that they have over your Nightmares, they're going to have to account for their roster changes and the fact that these players in particular on your Nightmares are so used to playing with each other. And so I have a lot of confidence in Limit Testers now, especially after the last few weeks, and the joy of watching them play. And you know what's funny is, again, I get the hot tea from the Twitch chat. I guess that Limit Testers got reverse BM'd in their last game, where the opposing team was like, and if you're insecure, Limit Testers was like, fine, we won't.
Right. Exactly.
So,
I love it.
If you get goaded into it. I mean, again, though, like, I remember watching this video with Freak where he was saying, it's not the fault of the person who initially starts the conflict. That person is immature. It's whoever takes them up afterwards and perpetuates it. So, Limit Testers are still in the hot seat. No perpetuating bad behavior. But we're going into Champ Select.
Excellent. Best part of the game is Champ Select.
Absolutely.
Oh, man. I do expect a relatively long one. Not, a long game, because a lot of the times with these two players, the whole point of it is to try to end it relatively early. They want to try to push for the win before Baron even spawns, or, right after Baron has spawned. So I think we're going to stick with the highly aggressive. I would be very surprised if we saw more than a single tank on either of these teams, to be honest. That's what I'm feeling. I'm feeling squishy jungles, squishy supports, maybe a tank in the in like a Galio in the mid, or otherwise it's gonna be a top lane tanky style. But I'd be very surprised if we saw more tanks, just because it's not these guys' style. They play for the early game.
And hey, maybe the $12,500 prize pool will change their minds. Maybe they want to play that slow, controlled game, but I really don't think so. I mean, they knew about it. They've known about it since that last game. I mean, there's no way that we're gonna get that. I think this is gonna be a fun kind of shit show.
Yeah, we get a lot of those around here. Actually, I would say. And we've already got some pretty specific bands coming out. No surprise, the Lux is not even going to be the final pick for the first round. And the Lulu as well from Pistachio. They do acknowledge, and I love seeing respect for a support. And a Lulu can be a flip-flop, because if you fall very far behind, or if you don't know how to utilize those ultimates, the wild growth, and really hold them off to the last second, or throw them in when somebody you need it on engages heavily, then it can fall downhill. So to see that as a first ban is awesome. There's still a lot of opportunities. Good. Yeah, and there it is. Elise is another one, too, that loves the Ashe. So Ame, even though we think of Ame, most of the times, a lot of the times I think of Elise. And so Your Nightmare's conceding that one, saying, we're not going to first pick it, and so we're not going to give it to you.
What is it about Sign Me Up's Fiora? What do they know that we don't? Because I don't remember a Fiora pentakill, but that Fiora has been in every single Your Nightmares ban. When is Sign Me Up actually going to get to make that pick? Why are they so scared? What are they scared of? But the Vi for Alpha Male Jungler as well.
Yeah, and Sign Me Up has been really good on a lot of these aggressive ones. I don't know if I remember the Lilia came from Sign Me Up. I remember that one. We've seen everything. I mean, we've seen Jax's. No, we definitely did. All right, we definitely did see week 3, the Fiora came out from Sign Me Up, and week 2. So both times, that is why. Both times, Your Nightmares lost. Oh, yeah, one. In those 2 weeks, from week 2, week 3. So it was Sign Me Up with the Fiora. Both weeks, Limit Testers lost then. And those are the only 2 weeks now that Your Nightmares has beaten them.
A little bit of salt there, huh?
A little bit of salt. So I think Limit Testers is like, yeah, since we've been banning out the Fiora, you guys have not been able to take it home from us. So.
Oh, okay. Well,
not luck, ma'am. There it is. The Graves that I was saying is an important one. The Nocturne was banned out, as well as the Vi. That's 2 respect bans into Alpha Male Jungler. They know what they are going up against now that she's back.
Yeah, I find it really interesting. I find this Caitlyn ban for Ame to be really interesting. I don't think that it is. I don't think it's the wrong move, honestly. But I do find it really interesting that is the very first
pick, right?
Sorry, I misspoke there with the ban, but that is the first pick for Ame. I don't know. I don't know what that means in particular. Maybe it means that Your Nightmares is not particularly worried about their comp, that their champ pools are relatively deep, and that Ame's the one who needs prio in terms of champ picks.
Right. That is a bit of a surprise, though.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise. I do think. I'm surprised they didn't pick,
they could have
maybe
picked out
Cassiopeia.
Well, if they were gonna first pick, though, they could have picked the Ashe. So it's interesting that they banned the Ashe and decide instead to go with the Caitlyn, as opposed to even banning the Caitlyn and going with the Ashe. But Elise's favorite, if we all remember, Elise's favorite is, in fact, this Ezreal.
As Pokey Poke Boy. Gonna be a little bit rough going into Caitlyn, especially if Caitlyn has offensive support. We will see what kind of peel Ame is allowed. Oh, well, I mean, I don't think that is a mid pick. I do think that is a support pick. However, Solaris Revenge has a champion pool as deep as the ocean. If that's what Solaris Revenge wants to play, that's what Solaris Revenge gets. I wouldn't be shocked.
I wouldn't be shocked, but Clorox on the Rocks has played the Morgana multiple times, Morgana and Caitlyn is just such a good combo always. It's by far one of the best in terms of securing both of them early on. I like the Nami a little bit better as of right now because the bubble goes over minions and you can direct it instead of having to try to work around. But by picking up that Morgana, it's like a Blitzcrank, it's like a Leona. Well, Leona less so. It's like a Blitzcrank though, where you then have to specifically change your pathing to be behind minions, and it can sometimes make things difficult in terms of creep score.
Yeah, and especially with Caitlyn's long range, plus Elise will need to poke. Will have to put themselves in some prone positions, and then you also have the spell shield. So however Elise is going to build this Ezreal, they're still at a disadvantage damage-wise. At least, I mean, we don't want to speak too soon. We don't know what kind of support Pistachio is going to take, who is turning out to be quite the support genius. Our little Whittle McGriddle there on the support. So Dopamine with the Ahri, absolutely terrifying. Dopamine did do some incredible things on the Limit Tester side with Ahri. in multiple games, but I believe that they went like 9-2 on an Ahri at least one point I was looking at here. Yeah, so a 2-1-14, so engaging in nearly every team fight that they had available for limit testers. So a reliable teammate who has comparable awareness to Solaris Revenge. I don't think we've given Dopamini the credit that she deserves. She does keep her laners in lane. She never loses control of the opposing laner.
Absolutely. I can definitely agree with that one. Dopamini. And, we have kind of given it the respect, at least in, like, Lux. Just never let it happen. You will lose, Dopamini has that respect of you will lose. Of, like, don't, and even Your Nightmares, of all the teams, Your Nightmares knows you will lose if you let that go through. It's just not worth allowing it. The final couple of bans here looks like are going to be Volibear and Yubi from Your Nightmares, and Limit Testers are going to not allow the Cassiopeia and the Jax there. We see the Jax from Sign Me Up work very, very well, and obviously Solari's Revenge with the Cass is one of the scariest ones in particular. If you're going for if you're trying to go for the early game push and not allow the game to get into late game, Cassiopeia has a lot of early pressure, but is very, very high scaling, and so offers, just a lot at any point in the game. Solari's Revenge, spectacular on really anyone that you place them on. So we'll see exactly what is selected in opposition to the Ahri, as Your Nightmares has a little bit of a choice here.
Yeah,
kind of response picking a little bit.
Could be, I don't know, what's the fish boy's name again? Gosh, I'm having a real hard time. Fizz, yeah, it could be a Fizz. I just want to call him Fish all the time. Finn the human. Could be a Fizz, could be a Ziggs, could be any particular Yordle. Please, Solaris Revenge, pick a Yordle, do us that service. Karma support is a really, really solid, excellent support for an Ezreal.
Yeah.
Very, very get down, Mr. President sort of a deal with Karma. Just well equipped to be able to protect Elise in that situation. And I'm so excited to see Pistachio flex. This is the worst possible thing that Solaris Revenge could pick for against limit testers. This Anivia shows so much prowess. This Anivia is absolutely so good. The ability to zone and take some control. So that does slow the game down a little bit, I think, in terms of giving Solaris Revenge Anivia, which is more control-based and more opportunistic. And then you've got the Aurelia for Sign Me Up. Your Nightmares got everything they wanted. Oh, the Wukong pick is so good. We've seen so many just like ace back doors from Dang on that Wukong, so I'm really delighted because that Wukong has been banned out from Dang for quite some time, but we have seen some game-winning back doors, I believe, against Your Nightmares on that Wukong, so I think everybody got their wish here.
Right. Very, very solid compositions. And I think the bans were really good too. They actually had an impact this time. You just remove the ones that have too much consistency that this person is absolutely exceptional on them. Yeah. And whether you've seen it or not, with all of these, we have seen it. We have witnessed all of these champions do exceptionally well. And they seem to kind of say, all right, this will work bad against my composition, against what we are planning on going for. And having that mentality, that whole team mentality of it's not, I just don't want to face this. It's, all right, this person on what champion will destroy me, or will destroy the team when we get to that point. So it is good to see the communication between everyone and trying to work together to get a composition that will fit very well. And I do really like both of these teams. I do have confidence in Limit Testers. They've got a really, really good amount of both AP and AD damage. A little bit less so for Your Nightmares. You've got a lot of attack damage coming from these guys. Clorox on the Rock's probably going to build a bit of AP, but less so than having the AP damage on basically the whole bottom half of Limit Testers. At least a bit. I'm assuming Elise is going to go AD, obviously, but does have a good AP ratio as well. So Your Nightmares, Limit Testers, both fantastic comps, and while I feel like it's been relatively easy the rest of the night for me to be like, oh, I like this comp better, it's really hard for me to pick on this one.
Yeah, it really feels like I think that the only thing that it gives me pause is that we have not seen Alpha Male Jungler on this Jarvan. So I'm curious to find out how confident they are, especially because Nocturne and Vi have been their main picks for a very long time. So seeing this Jarvan, I think, will be kind of key here, but also Jarvan is a good pick. That's a really good, strong pick. So, I mean...
Yeah. And I think because we've seen, we saw the Vi come out only like once or twice because immediately people were in recognition that it was just too much. But no, actually, I think that might be right. I think we've only seen the Vi and the Nocturne come out of Alpha Male Jungler. I did not realize that. I thought we'd seen a few more champions. But the Vi and the Nocturne, every single J4. I thought we saw one Jarvan game. We have week 3.
We have so many games now.
I know, right? Week 3, we did see the Jarvan come out, likely because the same situation happened where the Nocturne and the Vi were banned out. So it was week 3. J4 did end up, helping them win the game. That was also the game they brought Lilia out, and Solari's Revenge had played the Ziggs. So it was a pretty exceptional week for them in general. Ashe Rakan down towards the bottom lane for Ame and Clorox on the rocks. So it is something we have seen once before, but absolutely, for the most part, we've only seen the Vi and the Nocturne, really, the one Jarvan being an exception, likely forced, though.
Yeah, that game with the Ziggs and the Lilia was so fun to watch just from the top and the mid perspective that I think it just kind of overshadowed Alpha Male Jungler's performance in that. So it's really awesome. I'm going to have to make that spreadsheet so we can keep track of people's games. Like, forgetting about the Fiora on Sign Me Up, forgetting about the, oh, gosh, what a mess. But
oh, no, the finding and the stun! That's what happens when you go into Clorox on the Rocks and Sign Me Up. Top and the bottom of the map can be exceptionally dangerous. Now, Dang actually gonna try to potentially either jump onto the Jarvan here or just make a little bit of a presence known. Alpha Male Jungler does have a good chunk of damage removed from her health bar, but I can't imagine that being a very good engagement here.
Yeah, this is not in the favor of Limit Testers. It's a good pick, though. It's a good pick. I'm rough. I think the Pistachio is actually going to show us what's up here in a minute, though, because Karma is such a diverse and good pick.
Oh my gosh!
I don't think it's going to be.
We all see that. That was spectacular, seeing Aurelia just kind of walk up and right past the bush that Dang was in.
Yeah, I was just like, bye.
Now actually Sign Me Up is going to be in the bush, and I think the exact same thing just happened right there. No ward placed from Sign Me Up actually in that bush to be defensive, but there was a ward placed from Dang into the enemy jungle next to that blue, just to see when Jarvan decides to make an appearance there.
Yeah, 2 ships passing in the night, I believe, is the term there. That was actually really funny, just watching the two of them kind of. 2 titans who should have been smacking each other with stuff and things. Yeah. Nobody having a bit of a rough start there on Solari's Revenge. I think a lot of people actually underestimate Nivea to start. I think that's one of those picks that you just look at and you're like, it's a dumb bird, and then it turns out the bird is terrifying, so.
Oh, absolutely. And Ahri does, have the potential for, this isn't a crazy heavy push in anyone's favor, I would say, in this lane, Cat. In this lane, Ahri potentially has a benefit in the charm once it gets to that point. But, to level 3, you've got a bit of damage coming out of that Ahri, and likely no presence from your junglers coming through there. Hopefully, I'm assuming we got a pause. I was obviously not looking at the screen.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm hoping, again, that it's not anyone's internet or any of those issues. Those are just absolutely devastating. Like I wish for those people that anytime there's a pause, I'm like, please don't let someone be experiencing this. Like, it sucks. It absolutely sucks. So hopefully somebody just has to, plug their mouse back in or something silly like that.
Yeah.
But we'll hop back into things once we get farther. That is a rough way to start things for Limit Testers. And of all the people to go down, though, the Pistachio is probably the one. It did, however, go to the one champion that you want that to go to early on, who is Ame, who's going to have that little extra boost in gold towards the start and get a little bit of extra damage there off onto the Ezreal and the Karma.
Yeah, and these bot lanes are already so close as it is. Like, they very rarely give each other any room at all to, again, it's like being occupied in that lane. Like, these bot lanes always keep each other in that bot lane. There's no crazy plays. There's no crazy roaming. So having that edge, it could possibly break out a can of whoop ass. For Ame. So I mean, it's not ideal for them, but we'll see how it shapes and molds the game. Like I said, I really do think Pistachio and Rioplu have the superior picks on their side in terms of team comp go, just by sheer skill and all of that. But it doesn't matter. matter. We haven't seen Pistachio on. Well, maybe we have. I don't know. I can't. There's been so many games
It's been
now
a
that I don't even
lot.
want to speak to it.
It's
Yeah.
been a lot of games.
I'll get that
We may have
spreadsheet up
seen
so we don't
one.
forget.
I feel like we maybe have seen one, but definitely not one of the first picks. The Nami, I was pretty surprised the Nami wasn't the pickup with an Ezreal, though the Karma, it does make more sense to be able to provide, the shield, deal a little bit extra damage as well to help out with that Ezreal getting in, getting out. And yeah, escapability really with the Karma is certainly helpful. I think also something they need to do is put on their Zenny glasses, their blue light blockers. Maybe that's a reason. As a person who gets a lot of headaches, the blocks from Zenny, the blue light blockers, are really spectacular. So definitely throw those on. I absolutely notice that my sleep and my gaming improves from those guys. God, those ones are just so good. They're so
scary,
good.
aren't they?
It's
just like
they're so scary. Yeah, right.
Hello.
It's true. Yeah, you mentioned they're. I mean, basically the KDA Evelyn glasses. Absolutely. Totally. That is what. And those are there's just a lot of options.
Zenny has so many things.
It's ridiculous, and it's super cheap. That's probably my favorite part. And also, I find these are a little bit thicker, but almost every single pair of glasses that I've worn, I can wear them with my headset, no problems. And sometimes too, like right now, this isn't bothering me at all, and it's been a couple hours. I've been kind of taking them on and off, mostly just because occasionally I'll get pressure if I have my headset. It's an on-ear headset, so it's specifically difficult to wear glasses with, but almost every single pair has been like super comfortable and way cheaper than I would not have gotten glasses if it wasn't for Zenny, just based on that. And then again, we got some time.
Yeah.
I love this case so much. Boom.
It's so cool.
As a person who has way too much crap in their backpack that they lug around everywhere. I don't even have a purse. I have a backpack because I have way too much crap. It's Ellie's backpack from The Last of Us, so it's pretty special.
Oh, that's so cool.
I know, right? But
Back
these
to the
are
game.
rad. Yes, we are back into the game. Just a little bit of a gold lead in favor of your Nightmares as they picked up a very, very early first blood going over to Ame. So a good start for your Nightmares, but Limit Testers absolutely have the ability to make an impact here. Oh, wow. Ryoklu got very, very low in that. It looks like actually the heal, the flash were both expended on top of, I would assume, the shift out. And just barely Ryoklu was able to stay alive there. So Clorox on the Rocks likely getting a really solid binding. Almost another one right there. And Ryoklu almost taking a cue to the face, but a good shift out from that Ezreal means that at least only slightly less than half health. Another root there to follow up on Pistachio, but a good pushback from Pistachio using that empowered Q to at least push back Ame by dealing a little bit of damage.
That's rough, buddy. I think that Clorox on the Rocks, I think that Morgana is one of their favored mains, if not their main. So allowing Clorox on the Rocks to get that Morgana might be an egregious oversight on the part of Limit Testers, especially because later in game, Morgana's ability to impact a team fight in the right space is absolutely nutso. So, and Clorox on the Rocks has proved that they know how to use that stopwatch, they know how to use that that incredible ult. So I'm a little bit worried for Limit Testers in that regard, especially because they have landed every single bind that they've tried to land.
Right.
So it's been
and no cleanse as well.
Cleanse. Yeah. So, I mean, they're not worried, but I think they probably should be.
At least a little bit. Yes,
yeah,
absolutely. Pistachio, they're going to deal some damage, and another binding coming up from Clorox on the Rocks. That one is going to miss. Alpha Male Jungler making their way down, but not Luckman is aware of what is going on. So luckily the communication has gone through to Limit Testers as they back up just a little bit, having to utilize everything they can to stay alive as Ryoklu is very, very low from the very start of this game. And that is a long walk back into lane.
Yeah, that is a super, super rough one. You don't want to have to make that walk of shame at all. So I think that staying in lane is the most ideal thing. We did almost have a little clash there, though. I wasn't sure if it was going to be Alpha Male Jungler or Luckman that was going to go down on that one. Glad to see that the pinks have kept them a little bit safe. There is some missing pings coming out from the red side as well. I'm assuming that is in the interest of Alpha Male. Well, sorry, against the best interests of Alpha Male Jungler.
Right.
We've got some action happening top here, though, with Dane going against Sign Me Up. Oh, wait, nope, just kidding. That's not action at all. That's just Wukong. Oh, shoot!
My goodness, so much damage they went across there, and Wukong having access to the corrupting potion, certainly keeping him alive on that top side. The flash was expended by Dang, but the life was taken from Sign Me Up. And a lot of damage there on Pistachio. The flash just a little after the auto attack was set into motion. Ryoklu managing to shift away from the remaining damage on that one, but Your Nightmares finding 2 kills, one on the top and one on the bottom.
Oh, already a rough start for Pistachio, but I don't think that Pistachio seems like, she's fairly good-natured. Our little Whittle McGriddle there, I think, is probably pretty quick to snap back there. Especially as a support, I really feel like it's kind of your job to die. So, you know, I don't think it's going to be a huge deal. Ryoklu, though, is definitely struggling here. With the range that Caitlyn has, too, they can just poke and poke, even under tower. It's extremely frustrating. Good shield from the side of Pistachio, just re-entering the fray here. Trying to get some picks, making sure they get the dragon boarded as well. Good on them. We want to see some very strong vision. I'll be insanely disappointed if we don't see just the strictest kind of vision hygiene that we expect from 2 of our very, very best teams. So that's something that, listen, even worse than not ending a game on purpose is not having good vision hygiene, especially this late in the tournament. We're 7 weeks in. We only have so much time left. We've got 2 more weeks after this, so gotta keep together. Make sure you got your vision under control. There's just a little bit of flirting happening here between Luckman and Alpha Male Jungler. And Sign Me Up as well is really interested in picking up sort of a consolation prize on Luckman there. Oh, the stuns that came out.
All right, and Alpha Male Jungler, they're recognizing not Luckman is most likely going to jump or dash over this wall, so try to get on the side of that to prevent it from happening, but 2 members there of Limit Testers are able to make it down in time to help out. So a really good swap there from both of these teams.
Yeah, good trades all around. Very skillful. Unfortunately, Solaris Revenge was just a little late on the pickup there. They could have absolutely cleaned up with the right kind of ice wall between them and the rest of the team. But we did see the pickup from Sign Me Up there, the 1 kill. So I think that's going to serve them very well. Luckman definitely does not need kills, nor do they need to be alive for that long to make a difference here. Oh, the cavalry is arriving here at Dragon. Alpha Male Jungler, despite their best efforts, manages to lose the dragon to not Luckman. It's not the biggest deal, like I said. It's a waste of time, and it's a little bit discouraging, but Your Nightmares is slightly ahead in gold anyway, so did they really need that dragon? Meh, the jury's out on that one.
It was, was lost, and it wasn't infernal. I think that's also something to kind of take away from this, is there's a lot of good poke on both of these teams.
Absolutely.
Very, very bursty for both of them, so really, definitely one to be high contested, especially early on.
Absolutely.
Does hurt, but not a huge loss. At this point, that was Limit Testers being like, hey, you came in and took our first blood. That was really rude, okay?
That was so rude.
Kill Pistachio when you guys have too much CC available, when you're all 5 standing together. Pistachio there is going to get hit by Clorox on the rocks, is binding the net, going to hit, and Ame finding a second shot after landing that net for the crit. A fantastic find from Clorox on the rocks.
Oh, I love to see it, that extra Caitlyn crit combo, just taking them out so fast. It happened so fast. We now have Ame, dangerous, former Ashe special Ame, 300 gold bounty down there, and also ahead in farm as well. A rough lane for Ryoklu, to be sure. I definitely thought they would be the safer, but as it turns out, Pistachio is having just a bit of a struggle, and I do think that giving away first blood, I think it's embarrassing. I don't think that Pistachio should be embarrassed, but I think that it does a lot to a player's mental to lose that first blood, and I don't think that we've seen a lot of players come back from that mental either. I think that they do, for the most part, mediocre in games when they give that up, because of course you feel like you've let your team down, and Pistachio has been such a reliable star player for so long that I'm sure that this hurts their pride, because they seem to take a lot of, she seems to take a lot of pride in the way that she plays the support role and has managed to shine. Clorox on the rocks is taking a little bit of poke damage for Ryoklu there. I think that's a good warning, but I don't think that Clorox on the rocks is going to make any sort of egregious positioning errors, allowing them to take them out. Ezreal needs some time to cook. You would agree, right? Needs a little bit of time to cook.
Yeah, really, really good. If you, oh my goodness, Large Revenge taking down Luckman. Alpha Male Jungler using the Cataclysm right there at the end to really secure things and ensure that nobody escapes. Sign Me Up getting ulted here by Dang after using the ult of his own. Solari's Revenge gonna jump in, and the second ultimate was procced from Dang. There's Solari's Revenge now duking it out with Dang, and the ult just barely missing from Ezreal down on the bottom side there. No, oh, actually, no, it did. Wow, okay. Solari's Revenge passive being popped towards the end there.
That was actually
keep an eye on that.
Nobody to keep around there. Alpha male jungler providing cover, so Solari's Revenge doesn't actually end up dying. Solid play, honestly, from Ryoklu. I mean, the amazing map awareness to kind of match Solaris. Are they switching lanes? I don't know. Maybe?
It kind of looks like it, And I mean, there's not really... Aurelia is definitely having a hard time sitting at 1-3-1. The teleport was just utilized to actually get there. But I don't know... I mean, this should be slightly easier than the Wukong, but still a lot of damage coming out of Dopamini here. Luckily, Aurelia does have some fancy footworking. It's not so much of the all-in that you would get like a Wukong, like engaging on that, so it's a little bit easier if Sign Me Up does decide to all-in here, and there it is. Just barely avoiding the charm there, still taking quite a bit of damage from the Q, but a nice little back and forth on these two, considering how far behind Sign Me Up feels at this point in the game. Clorox on the rocks, finding a binding. Then utilizing that stopwatch there, dodging Ryoklu shots on the back, and the exhaust going on to both Pistachio and Alpha Male Jungler, and a lot of damage being distributed between these two teams, but nobody going down in that fight.
Yeah, lots of good harm reduction there on the side of Limit Testers, using those exhausts defensively, as they should be in most cases, just to keep them from going forward. But we do have Solari's Revenge, who is, again, one of the ballsiest players I've ever seen. Yeah, from that first moment with that cast in the first 10 seconds of that other game.
Man, what
really good stuff.
Really good binding from Clorox on the Rock. Really good response as well from Not Luckman to dash away from the Tormented Soil, or whatever the new name of it is, for the Morgana there. Now, Clorox on the Rocks and Solari's Revenge are kind of pinched between potentially a few members here, Limit Testers, but it's just Ryoklu on that other backside who recognizes, hey, if they engage on me fully, there's nothing I can do about it. So Your Nightmares taking advantage of the pushback on almost all of the players of Limit Testers, taking the first tower of the game and helping, or getting the assistance of Shelly on that one.
Oh, wow, that took forever to go down, and then I looked at everybody's level, and I realized we're at 9, 7, 6. This is such an early turret to take it. 12 minutes. There has to be some very serious help again with the Rift Herald and all of that for that mid tower to go down this early, and I think that terrifyingly frees up Solari's Revenge and Dopamini to cause some very serious havoc on this map. So it'll be interesting to see how the game proceeds. Limit Testers is taking advantage of the reset that Your Nightmares absolutely needs to execute after all of their shenanigans in the jungle, and they will be securing this mountain. Cloud Drake.
Cloud Drake, now they're flying with fire. Oceans bring life, so we're gonna see some nice little flowers, some extra little bushes going around the map. I do love this one. It really helps with the tricky vision break, which Limit Testers will certainly be assisted by, as Ryoklu has the shift available, so being able to break vision more easily with more bushes, things like that. It certainly helps these guys, but we also love how much Your Nightmares like to all collectively sit in a bush and wait for the opposing team to come around the corner so that they can jump them, and it has worked very, very well for them. That gold disparity, though, luckily not in anyone's huge favor, and I do love the amount of vision, both defensive and offensive, but mostly the defensive vision that Limit Testers has already put down in recognition that Your Nightmares just has a little bit of an edge right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just trying to maintain what they need here, just to catch up a little bit with Your Nightmares. Clorox on the Rocks is going down to that Wukong ult. That is rough. Ryoklu manages to seal the deal on Clorox on the Rocks, and Ame is going to go down to Dang Meow, maybe. But Dang is likely not making it out of this one alive, with Alpha Male Jungler securing that kill and trying to make good trades here. Not Luckman there, hovering at the top. There is a ward likely that made them aware of that situation. Ryoklu gets a little ping there off on Solari's Revenge, but good trades overall. Definitely Your Nightmares mitigating damage as opposed to controlling it, so that is a response to something that they lost control of. It happens, but I think that was a good enough response. They definitely lost some footing there to Limit Testers as they start to catch up and close the gold disparity. Ryoklu definitely wants that ward to stay in that bush, but it's not meant to be.
It is not meant to be. That's all right. Another one will go up soon enough, as that is a highly contested vision spot, especially when You have the Dragon Pit in high contention at this point in the game. Plates have just gone down about 45 seconds ago, so a lot of pressure on these towers, but certainly not trying to get the extra gold from those plates. A lot of damage already, though, onto this top tower, as we can see Dopamini just trying to prevent Sign Me Up from getting enough pressure here to find the second tower of the game. We know that mid and top tower as that combination with another Shelly popping up here soon and really having a lot of control of that top side of the map already is great. Well, look at that binding coming across. Ame is going to take some damage there from the tower and from Ryoklu, but this is just classic Clorox on the rocks.
Yeah, I'm so interested in like their strategic bets here. The binds have been really, really just full of finesse. Absolutely enjoying that. I do think that Your Nightmares right now has a higher level of pressure, a higher level of control. That little instance in bot lane definitely showed that Limit Testers wants to maintain that control, wants to find a leg up, but I think both teams are doing an excellent job of rotating, and nobody really has a very serious edge other than that one tower in the favor of Your Nightmares. But I mean, if you look here, the rotations, Limit Testers is meeting Your Nightmares at every location, at every spot, just making sure that they aren't losing control of any particular lane. They lost that mid tower, and I don't think that they intend to lose any more. So good ice wall there on that Wukong.
That was sneaky, forcing out the W, a slightly longer cooldown, but really no opportunity to re-engage there. Clorox on the rocks, I think, realizing, hey, we got a couple guys in our jungle, and in the meantime, Sign Me Up, throwing up the ultimate and taking down Dang, likely going to get the second tower of the game here for Your Nightmares on that top side. While Clorox on the rocks gets engaged on by Not Luckman, who flashes in and then uses the ultimate to help get pushed back out of tower range. 2 pickups there for Limit Testers and 1 loss there on the Ahri.
An immensely stressful game. It seems, again, every action has an adverse reaction here. Everybody seems to be exactly where they need to be rotation-wise. Limit Testers will be taking their very first tower as well. But on the flip side, Alpha Male Jungler is up there grabbing a Rift Herald, our sweet baby Shelly, with Solarius Revenge. It does appear that Dang is going to try to make some attempts to contest, but there's nobody else in the wings waiting, and it's likely not going to go in his favor. But hey, it doesn't hurt to try. There is a very serious damage output there from Wukong, and he has a lot of control.
He did.
It looks like it worked out.
He got it. He got the Rift Herald. He dodges the binding from Clorox on the rocks.
Very good.
And Your Nightmares, even though it could have been a 3v1 down, there in the mid lane, Dopamini was making her way down, but wasn't quite there yet. It could have been a 3v1. They just disengaged. They're like, all right, we lost Shelly. We're just going to stop fighting this. We haven't done any damage to Dang at this point. Let's just go back to lane and try to consolidate.
I think that's a fair way to disengage. I think it's okay for that to happen. Again, gold. Now Limit Testers is just picking up objectives right now. Their rotation right now is superior to Your Nightmares, whereas before, just a couple minutes earlier in the game, Your Nightmares was running circles around them. So definitely evenly matched. This is a really stressful game to watch. This might be another one of those 100 gold. The game gets later, the death timer is just a little too high. Both teams are looking for any reason to end this game as quickly as possible.
Oh, yeah.
You were 100% right. There is very little tank control related here, and a lot of bursts and a lot of ways to just end the game as quickly as possible. Sign Me Up is doing an incredible job too, despite having a rough start. Is managing to have a really good lane against Dopamini when they are in lane. The lane phase is over, I think, Jolly.
Right.
Definitively.
Yeah, no, actual tank, you're right. And I know I mentioned that would probably be the case, but I didn't really consider it. On Limit Testers, not a single one, really just the one. The ultimate now coming out from Wukong as he tries to engage. The exhaust hitting him, but the charm is going to follow up on an Alpha Male Jungler, and Dang is going to be able to pick up a double kill. Ame forced to flash out of this one. The slowdown from Solari's Revenge, and the damage onto Dang means his positioning has to be very, very careful here. The root going to go down. The W coming out from Dang. The flash over the wall, just barely avoiding Dopamini's charm there. The Ignite did come out from Dopamini, so a lot of ultimates burned, but a lot picked up there from Limit Testers, and now Sign Me Up and Solari's Revenge might want to re-engage on this one. Sign Me Up using the ultimate there, getting shut down though before able to pick up a kill. Ryoklu using the heal on that engagement. Solari's Revenge is being jumped on here by Not Luckman, and Pistachio doing a lot of damage using the Blast Comb to escape from that fight. And Shelly is going to get a second charge off here on the second mid tower on Your Nightmare side.
The hesitation on Ame's part really did enable Limit Testers to widen this gap as much as possible and take advantage of what could have been. I mean, the re-engage by Sign Me Up and Solaris Revenge was not wrong. Ame did hesitate, unfortunately. I don't know how that team fight would have turned around because it still was a 3v5. So, I mean, all things considered, did the best they could under those circumstances. There were some really juicy kills that could have been picked up by a willing ADC, but Ame is doing their best. And Solaris Revenge is still 2-0-1 with a 150 gold bounty. But if we look at the other end, dang, on that Wukong, that may have been an egregious error on the side of Limit Testers. We also have Ryoklu, kind of a sleeper hit here, sitting pretty at 3-0-5. So despite Pistachio having a really rough start, the 0, 4, and 7 is kind of just a testament to their ability to recover, to keep calm, and not additionally feed. But honestly, the only significant deaths really have been Pistachio. So, I mean, as far as team balance goes, I think that both are looking pretty good. The goal disparity is 200, Jolly. What are we looking at here? It's just another one of those really wonderful, really close, and there's nothing boring about this one either.
Yeah.
It is so action-packed. Every time we need something, we've got some things coming out here from Your Nightmares. They're looking, I don't think, to get any kills. I think this is responsive. Right now, I don't think that Your Nightmares is currently under control of the map as far as that actually goes. Right now, they're having to respond to everything that Limit Testers does, and the winners of these games, the winners between Your Nightmares and Limit Testers, are the winners are the ones who are calling the shots. So, forcing the other team to respond to your actions, which is what Sign Me Up is doing here in the bot lane, is like, hey, you've got to respond to me. I'm here in the bot lane. Do something. That's the intent to try to retain control.
I like that start, actually, you know, as there is a ward right in that bush. They do know what's going on because multiple members of Limit Testers were jumped on there. I'm not sure if that stall to see if any members of Your Nightmares would actually emerge was worthwhile, because now they're going to have to disengage from this one and allow that Baron to heal back up. So a little bit late on the start there. I think had they started right when they decided to, there was one shot, I think, of Ryoklu saying, hey, we can kind of go in on this, but they stalled, waited a moment. But with Sign Me Up towards that bottom side, the teleport has been expended now after Sign Me Up decided to try to get a little bit closer on that one. And it was just a lost tower in the bottom lane there for Limit Testers. A bit of a push towards the top side, but nothing
we got a
really
pause.
gained on that one. We do have a pause, it looks like. Second pause of the game, so hopefully nothing disastrous has happened for anyone, but my goodness, this has been pretty insane. And I think a big part of that has to do with Dang's confidence on jumping in on these fights, in using positioning and trying to find a way to hop in on 3 or 4 members, turn the aggression towards himself, pop that ultimate 2 times now that has been adjusted so that his clone can send it off as well. And Your Nightmares just didn't have the time to respond to that with the follow-up CC from the rest of Limit Testers.
Woof. Yeah, incredibly rough. Like I said, the way that the teams, you can tell which team is going to win by who's calling the shots, and eventually one team just ends up calling the shots for the rest of the game, for the duration of the game. So maintaining that sort of control here. It does seem that Sign Me Up did the best that they could. I mean, I feel like pushing that bot lane was actually a really, really good idea. They did get that bot tower, and they managed to kind of like maximize that. Plus, you're right, the hesitation on the Limit Tester side to engage that Baron was absolutely key. It came down to a few seconds. You saw they had to do that reset. I think that picking up on that, you're 100% right. Dang may have enough confidence for the entire team, but I do think the rest of the team needs to take a page out of Dang's book.
and just say, no, we got to take it now. And you know what? For all we know, yes, it is very possible they could have gotten it low and that somebody from Your Nightmares decided to engage on that one. But they had a little bit of priority just in that river bush at that time. And by waiting those 3 to 5 seconds, it allowed for Your Nightmares to say, okay, we need to respond. We need to engage on this one. And it just wasn't down low enough. But I think another big thing to focus on is also Limit Testers' vision control. Every time they have gotten any sort of push, we saw in the mid lane when they were able to take down those 2 towers with the help of Shelly, but also with the help of Dang on engaging towards the backside and picking up 3 or 4 of the members there of Your Nightmares, is also the instant turn into the enemy jungle and the clear of the defensive vision that Your Nightmares had put up in their own jungle. So not just, again, laying down their own, they threw down maybe a couple of wards while they were there, but they cleaned up all of the defensive vision, and that's a lot of gold expended there from Your Nightmares that they're going to have to repurchase and throw back out to stay defensive towards the bottom side of the map. But this has gotten to the point where both teams potentially have to do that depending on who wins those fights. They both have a lot of pressure in multiple lanes at this point in the game. Now your Nightmares actually has pressure in more lanes than Limit Testers do, even though Limit Testers has 2 towers down in the mid. So even though it seems like Limit Testers is finding the edge, really found their footing in this one, while it seems your Nightmares is kind of flip-flopping a little bit, it's not quite at that point because they do still have a lot of map control.
Yeah. Both teams have a lot of map control. It's anybody's game right now. There's no way to call it. I do think that Limit Testers is exercising a little bit more consistency, whereas your Nightmares, they seem to peak and then drop off and then peak and then drop off, which has kind of been, they're flip-flopping, which has kind of been their play style. I mean, they'll go dormant for a little while. Maybe the other team will get a pick or two, and then your Nightmares just comes back with a fiery passion. So it's kind of just the flow of the game is going to determine who the winner is here. Unless somebody makes an egregious error. I do think that Ame made a little bit of an error there, not cashing in on that river fight. It's rough, but again, a 3v5, maybe not so much. We're going back into game here. Doesn't look like anything's really changed. I'm trying to take a look at any sort of variations. Nope, it looks like we haven't had any deaths. We do have a dragon spawning here, and this is a messy bot side here with that dragon coming in. We're gonna see some scary plays here, if not a full-on massacre of one team or the other. So we do get Sign Me Up getting a solid stun on that there.
Ooh.
I'm surprised.
Having a flash out as well on that one.
Very
so no
rough.
Summoner spell is coming from Sign Me Up. Wow, Limit Testers. All right, Limit Testers decided. That was a very fierce decision, and I like it. They could have either split, they could have gone around towards the top side to try to engage, but they said, you know what? Sign Me Up. Let's just scare them off. Let's just do what we can, come down to the bottom side, put a lot of pressure towards that bottom side of the Dragon Pit, and now that gives them positional control of this Dragon Pit once it spawned. That was a spectacular turn in response to your Nightmares kind of gaining control of that area ahead of time.
Yeah, Your Nightmares needs this dragon. Limit Testers has currently 3 on the map, and it's looking like they're hoping to get a 4th here, and Limit Testers Your Nightmares does not have a ton of recourse. The dragon's health is going down. It's going down. Who's going to take it? The red team, Limit Testers, has slain the dragon. There is a massive skirmish happening here with Sign Me Up taking out Pistachio. That's the first death. Oh, no, Alpha Male Jungler, Sign Me Up. This is turning on Your Nightmares so quickly. That happens
Revenge,
so
it's
fast.
not gonna work! Ah! Oh my gosh, no flash. There was almost a flash of Slurry's Revenge. We can see actually not Luckman on the backside. Popped Slurry's Revenge egg. Did like 1 or 2 shots and was like, I gotta help out the rest of my team. Went to help clean up the remainder of that, and now this is perfect. Limit Testers going immediately to the Baron. A fantastic turn. Not a single member there of Your Nightmares left alive. Not even Solari's Revenge, who took solace in an egg early on. It did not work. Limit Testers spectacularly playing into this one. And I am loving how well they are communicating this time.
I would call this a redemption Baron, especially from 5 minutes earlier. This is absolutely like Mama Jolly was pretty serious about that 3 to 5 seconds that they wasted, and now they have redeemed themselves. They have a Dragon Soul. They have a Baron buff. They are sitting very pretty to take advantage of this small lead that they have. And I mean, despite the fact that they do have a very serious presence in kills, their farm still leaves to be wanting. And that's kind of where the gold is being kept for Your Nightmares, is that they've done an excellent job of farming, which, I mean, that can happen with any good, well-seasoned team. Limit Testers has been focusing on all of these other things, trying to recover ground. I think that's where Your Nightmares came ahead in gold. The gold disparity, though, the Limit Testers managing to catch up, and then all that much more. I'm really, really impressed with the Limit Testers comeback, and I think Your Nightmares late game has suffered in recent games as well. I think that's where Your Nightmares is going to have to concentrate in their scrims, especially with $12,500 on the line now. I think that it's going to be important to make sure that every phase of the game you are well acquainted with. We do have some action happening on little spots on the map here. Pistachio engaging Sign Me Up and not Luckman, but Pistachio gets taken out by Ame with that hot shot. That's a rough way to get picked out. That's definitely not what we expect of Pistachio, and it's kind of just been rough, I think. The 0, 6, and 11, though. 11 assists is still the confident Pistachio that we know, making sure that they're engaging in all these fights. Oh, Ame! Wow! Ryoklu, the damage!
So
Did you
much.
see that?
So 6-0-7 is what the Zadriel is sitting at, by the way.
Disgusting.
You've mentioned the sleeper Ryoklu because of the high assist and kill count, and now that kill count has exceeded almost everyone else in the game, but a perfect game so far. Lots of bounties on the heads of these players, and yeah, while it sucks being at 0-6-11, having more than a half of the deaths for the team as the support while maintaining 0 deaths on your ADC, totally worth it.
Absolutely. That's what we call a really
this might
dedicated-
be where Ryoklu
Charm.
loses, but no, the flash is going to come out. Solari's Revenge trying to come around the other side, not hitting the stopwatch to prevent the ultimate from hitting from a Ryoklu there, and Dang now pushing so far on the backside. The first turret in the base to be broken here by Limit Testers. They will take down the first inhibitor as well. They have Baron empowered minions coming through on just this bottom lane at the moment, but they have regular minions as well, forcing themselves into other parts of the base, and Limit Testers are looking to end this right here and right now. Your Nightmares cannot do anything about it. Sign me up, the only member left alive, and Limit Testers are not going to leave anything to spare here. They know they can end the game this time, and they're going to do it.
That's what we expect. That's what we expect from these teams. These are how their games go. One team makes some egregious error, which I think you and I can both agree happened at Dragon, and then it just spiraled out of control so fast. Limit Testers was even marginally behind a little bit for most of the game with your Nightmares, and then just exploited all of the cracks in that armor. Your Nightmares will be back next week, I'm sure, and they will be back with a fury and a vengeance. That was it was hard to watch, especially because it was so close. My heart kept soaring, and I was really nervous for both teams because we're just so fond of both of these players.
Yeah.
Jarring. That was jarring.
It was jarring. And Alpha Male Jungler, who is normally dominating the map, didn't have the ability to do that. Certainly was earlier on, but just the speed of Limit Testers' retaliation to your Nightmares deciding on things, or even hesitating momentarily, while they may have made that one hesitation around Baron, it was likely the right call, because even if they did get the Baron and then ended up losing a fight, you lose it on multiple members, you don't have the pressure that they did at the end of the game right there, and they were saving it for that specifically. So being able to win that fight around Dragon Pit, rotate up to the Baron, have the focus that they need to, and then pick up on the clean ace, the recognition, not only can we take this Baron, but we can push to the mid lane, and then that follow-up fight in the bottom side to where they were able to take down 3 towers, 4 including, 4 for the two Nexus towers, and the Nexus on a single push there is spectacular. That's the kind of thing that we have come to see from both of these teams. We were more used to it from your Nightmares just because of how powerful Sign Me Up and Alpha have been, and Solari's Revenge also in the mid lane has been spectacular, but this is where Elise and Pistachio got the chance to shine. That Ezreal, I do believe, ended a perfect game and still picked up some more kills at the end. So at least 7-0-7, but I believe higher than that. Really a spectacular game, and that's the consistency that we have grown to love from the bottom side of this team. It's all just kind of come to culmination, and they found their footing. They found what works. I cannot wait for the next couple of weeks because we still have a lot of growth to occur between some of the teams that may not have made it to the finals here this week. We have 2 more weeks of the regular season, if you will, of this tournament, and then we have best of 3 games going on between the top 4 players, and it is all for contention over a $12,500 split prize between the 3 games of this tournament here tonight. So a lot of money on the line going to be distributed between the 2 top teams of the game. So numbers 1 and 2 will be going home with a little bit of money as well as a bit of an ego boost. So definitely stick with us and visit us next time. Is there anything you want to say before we close this thing out this week, Kari?
God damn. Good job, Ezreal.
Job, Elise, right? On the Ezreal. Yeah, it was a spectacular game from everyone. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Once again, this was week 7 of the Supergirl Gamer Pro Series. Please tune in next week. And if you like CSGO or Hearthstone, Friday nights is CSGO. And Hearthstone is going to occur tomorrow. So those also have a split of the prize pool. Also very, very exciting games with some spectacular casters on board. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to our sponsors. You can see down there in the bottom right-hand corner. We love you all, and we will see you next week.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this. Breathe. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
No one knows where it comes from. Why some have it and some don't. It's the fighting spirit. It consumes fear and weakness. It stands ready to fight whatever shape the battle takes. Because as long as there are battles, there will always be Marines.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
You can trade all the games, accessories, consoles, and tech you don't use anymore to get cash or store credit at GameStop. Check out the Trade Center on the GameStop app, visit GameStop.com/trade, or talk to a guest advisor at your local GameStop store to see how much your trades are worth.